Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm your host, Craig Shapiro, macro strategist here. Joining me this morning once again after a tough game last night down in Arizona. It's Blake Morrow, co-founder of Forex Analytics. Blake, thanks for joining us again. Yesterday was rough. What a story though for Ole Miss this year, right?
Yeah, it's been a heck of a story. And good morning, Craig. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, it was a tough. I was, as I was saying, pre-market or pre-show, the bus ride to the stadium was a little bit different than the bus ride home. Let's just put it that way. But it was a tough loss, great season, and overall, and it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun this whole year.
Excellent. Well, it's been
Yeah.
a great week being here
Yes.
with you and Maggie, and been through a lot. First full trading week of the year, ton of macro, and the return of the Trump tweet. Seems like the president is getting more active, and we've been talking about this, right? Just this idea that the markets have been great, but the polling data has not been great. And I think he recognizes it's time to start addressing some of the affordability needs. And he's been talking more about it. And so even yesterday after the close, just more talk about trying to get the Fannie and Freddie Mae to buy up to $200 billion worth of mortgages to help lower mortgage costs. We'll talk a little bit about that. But more importantly, at 8:30 today, we have non-farm payrolls coming out. First real big payroll data point. Well, not first one, but the last one of this week, but obviously of major importance. And then potentially later on this morning, possibly as early as 10 o'clock, we'll get a Supreme Court opinion on tariffs, legalization of these IEEPA tariffs, and whether or not the president can continue to use them. And also, really more importantly, probably whether or not refunds of tariffs will be granted if they're deemed to be unconstitutional. And so we'll discuss that as well. We may not get the ruling too. So, but Blake, overnight, what are you seeing here? I know we were talking pre-show just about FX moves. I know that's your bailiwick, but big moves in the dollar here, kind of all week. Dollar strength is kind of creeping up on us as we head into Friday's report. What are you seeing here?
Well, we are seeing some dollar strength coming through the market, and you can see the dollar yen here. It's right up towards the top end of its range, and I think that's on the heels of a couple of things. And I know I'm just looking at the dollar yen, but you could look at really the whole spectrum of dollars. You got the euro dollar, which is slumped to its 50% retracement of its last whole entire move. We're just basically, you got the dollar just pushed right into resistance almost every currency pair I look at. And I think that's just because expectations have really kind of increased throughout the course of the week that the Fed is going to probably end up keeping rates on hold. We have strong labor data. We're going to have strong labor data today. I think expectations are now creeping up from even earlier this week on what expectations are going to be for today's jobs report. So we are seeing the dollar firm, and then I guess on top of that too. Craig, as you mentioned, that Trump's back. He's back. We've got him. We're making moves in Venezuela. He's talking about what he wants to do in Mexico, to drug dealers, and then you have this unstableness that's happening in Iran, and who knows what will brew over there in the near term. And I think the dollar is kind of a flight to safety at the moment too. So it's interesting. I didn't expect the dollar to be as strong as it was, or as strong as it is coming into the jobs report, but we see it firmed up today.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think, with respect to the labor data, at 8:30 this morning, we'll get the non-farm payrolls. Expectations have creeped up to about 70,000
Yeah.
for NFP and privates, or 75,000. We know there's weakness in the government sector, so that can, really, hurt some of the overall figures there. And as far as the unemployment rate is concerned, markets are expecting a little bit of a tick down from 4.6 to 4.5%. For the month. I'll be watching also this U6 rate. I've been talking about that a little bit this week, which is really the rate of underemployment, which is starting to really move higher, up to 8.7%. And I think that's indicative of this. We've been talking about the lower part of the K-shaped economy, and more folks who want to work more would work more if they could, but they can't because the jobs aren't available. And so I think that is continuing to pressure wages and real incomes for a larger and growing part of the populace. We'll have to keep an eye on that at 8:30. And then Look, as far as the tariffs are concerned and the impact on the dollar, I think it's interesting if you were to step back and you'd say, okay, if we're bringing in tariffs and we are lowering the deficit and we are, seeing those revenues come into the coffers and bond yields are moving lower, that should be dollar bullish. But in fact, since April, the dollar's been pretty weak.
Yeah.
Post Liberation Day, and so I think that's more reflective of potentially just maybe the markets, have felt a little bit more sanguine about volatility coming down, and maybe better growth. I don't exactly know, but it'd be interesting to see here if the tariffs are removed and the dollar is starting to sniff out a bullish move. Does the removal actually lead to dollar bullishness, which kind of is counterintuitive because we're going to put a bigger hole in the deficit. Yields are likely to go up, and yet the
Yeah.
dollar's going to rally. It's just, I don't know. It's a little bit of a cross current there. I'm still trying to get my head around it.
I'm still trying to get my head around it as well. I mean, because as you pointed out, the dollar did come under pressure as soon as we had quote unquote Liberation Day, and here we are today. The dollar's trying to break the 200 DMA to the upside. So, will this expectations are, Craig, that the Supreme Court is going to somehow rule against, in their opinions, against the Trump administration, and that's highly expected, or that's widely expected at this point in time. But we're I guess as traders, we just have to trade the reaction, and it's whether you're talking about the jobs report or what's happening with the Supreme Court. We all have our opinions. I know a lot of people are going to look at the jobs report and say, well, yeah, we let's say we create 70,000 jobs. Do I really believe it? Does it really matter? You have to just trade what we have, and you have to trade the reaction of how the market's interpreting the data versus what you think. So I always like you, Craig, I like to get my head wrapped around an idea because it helps with my conviction when I'm actually in the markets, when I'm going to press the button. But sometimes it doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, no, for sure. Just flipping over to equities,
Yeah,
for the
let's do
moment.
it.
I mean, we're coming into this payroll print. Markets have been largely, firming up, during the week, but we've seen a ton of dispersion really all week. And I've been talking about this just almost seems every day. It's kind of been back and forth. One day it's energy up, tech down, then it's tech back up and semis up and utilities down. And yesterday was a big dispersion day under the hood. Spoke about that yesterday afternoon. IWM was up over 1%, and Nasdaq was down. At some point, close to 1%. So you had near 200 basis point of intraday dispersion there. Growth of value had moved, I think, over 500 basis points throughout the day, with growth really underperforming value. Some of the biggest thematic sectors, tariff beneficiaries and meme stocks were up 4% and 5%, and defensives and we're down 2%. So semis were really weak. It's been a wild week, and I think a lot of this just has to do with start of the year trading. Traders trying to get positioned for how they see things playing out to start the year. And again, position squaring into today, right? And so today is kind of that first day of we're going to get real data. We're
Hmm.
going to get direction. We're going to get a signal from the data about what the next move likely will be from the Fed. We also may get resolution finally on the tariff stuff. And we're also going to start to get a ton of volume today and into next week's expiry. So I don't know. I think as we push through this week, what we've seen to date, maybe doesn't matter as much. But I'm curious, what are you seeing here on Mini's chart and Nasdaq, some of the underperformance we've been seeing there?
Well, I think as you're pointing out, Craig, it's very. I think it's positioning and jockeying into the as you just pointed out, we're going to get some real hard data to deal with and to trade on, and I think we're going to have a lot more clarity. So, but right now, I mean, as you pointed out, IWM, it's at all-time highs. I mean, that's not bearish when we're trading at all-time highs. Are there resistance levels? Sure. I mean, we're hitting resistance, but that doesn't really tell us a whole lot. And for right now, the path of least resistance remains higher in equities, even though I do think we're at some pretty key levels of resistance. I've obviously been focused a lot on the S&P, reaching for these key levels right around the 7,000 level, and that's also a little bit of a mental barrier for the market, don't you think? I think if we can really get our head above 7,000 in the S&P, maybe close above there today, that's going to go a long way for sentiment in the markets. What do you think about that, Craig?
No, I agree with that. I mean, and we're,
Yeah.
obviously we're above the opening ranges. We have Pax coming in later for Capital Preservation Friday. We'll get into some of his thoughts, from the week, but and some of the levels he's looking at. But yeah, I think you're right. I think we have these kind of big psychological barriers, and folks need to see direction, right? We've come a long way on vol selling and some of the systematic releveraging to start the year. And we get the passive inflows at the beginning of the year as well from 401ks and just folks reallocating into equities or reallocating to what they're ever doing. And
Yeah.
then now I think that the next move needs to be what are the fundamental players going to do? Are they going to be, positioning into a pro growth mindset, into a no disinflationary mindset? Are they concerned about the labor market? And then we'll see that flow will be next. And then starting next week, we get earnings, right? And so that'll be the next leg here. Earnings expectations have crept up through the course of the back half of the year, and the expectations for 26 are pretty robust. We had a big productivity figure yesterday, and I think there is a general feeling that we're having this potential disinflationary boom type dynamic for corporate profits, where AI productivity benefits are coming in, hiring is starting to slow, but not so slow that it's really destroying the consumer. And that is a nirvana for corporate profits. And it's akin to what we saw in the late 90s. And there's definitely a dynamic in play where people believe that's in place. And now you're going to get a Fed that's accommodating, and a new Fed chair is going to come in. Deregulation is here, and you start to do the 1+1+1, and you get 1,000, right? And so,
Yeah.
if the data starts to support it, we can have that kind of breakthrough here. And there's probably been folks who've been seeing the churn at the highs here, for around 7,000, or even from the Nasdaq for the last few months, we haven't had a high. And if we start to make highs, people are going to feel that urge to chase, I think.
You know, I'm sorry. You said something where I had to take a step back and remind myself just before I was trying to get out the door yesterday. There were some headlines around incoming Fed chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, Craig. There's some commentary that one has been picked, but then I think it was Treasury Secretary Bessent said, "Hey, we're still interviewing a few other people." Like almost within the same 10 minutes. Are you getting any type of sense on who the incoming Fed governor's Fed chair pick is going to be from President Trump?
Yeah, it seems like there are now 4 candidates in total that are being considered. It's Hassett, Warsh, Waller, and Rick Rieder. Bessent mentioned yesterday that Rick Rieder, who runs trillions at BlackRock,
Yes,
has still not been interviewed by the president. So, I guess that interview is going to happen here in the next coming days or so. Bessent mentioned that Trump will make a decision either right before or right after he goes to Davos in a couple of weeks. Now, up until the beginning of December, the odds of Kevin Hassett being picked were pretty uniformly elevated. And so,
yeah,
but with pushback from Wall Street about what that means for Fed independence and potential in the bond market, we've seen a push in the other direction. And it seems like now the odds, I haven't checked Polymarket in the last few days, but I think Warsh and Hassett are pretty close to neck and neck now, as far as being selected. And so I think Warsh gives a little bit more of a credibility to the Fed institution, kind of not going away, not going rogue, but still being supportive of the administration. I think a Hassett pick will show Trump really doesn't care about that as much or at all, and really just wants to have the Fed chair deliver on a rate cutting agenda that he wants. Now it'll be a question to still have to get 11 other voting members to the table every 6 weeks in order to approve a rate cut. So it might not be so easy. And I think even the markets are expressing that belief, right? We don't have a aggressive rate cutting cycle currently priced into the forward SOFR curve, right? And so if the markets believe that the new Fed chair was going to come in, be dovish, and be successful, we would, at cutting rates, we would be trading a lot lower on SOFR, and we're not. And so there is some skepticism in markets about whatever the new Fed chair's ability to cut rates will be. And I think that's a reflection of growth has been pretty good, right? And inflation hasn't been slayed. And so I think the markets are, sensitive to that. But to your question, we're gonna know, right? We're gonna know by the end of this month who the next Fed chair is. There's some dynamic in play here, whether or not Powell himself will leave the Fed. He doesn't have to leave the Fed. I think most likely he would want to leave, but I think he's probably holding on to his seat just to make sure that the president doesn't put somebody in who, is not going to honor the institution. But I think once we get that decision, we're likely to get Powell's decision as well. And so, yeah, but we'll know that by the end of the month, and I think the markets will start to trade more accordingly with what their view is about the success or ability or inability for that new Fed chair to actually impart his will and the president's will on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's you pointed it out, and you're exactly right. Our economy, the U.S. economy, is not that bad. So that's got to play a factor into how the market's going to interpret what Fed chair is coming in, especially one that wants to really continue to cut rates. And you're probably seeing it in yields as well, Craig. This is a pretty big resistance that's you can see in the 10-year. I just got, the notes, the 10-year notes yield. We're right up against resistance. What happens today after the jobs report? What's going to push yields higher in your opinion?
After the jobs report, look, I think if we get a strong jobs report, and it pushes back against the narrative of deterioration of the labor market dynamics we saw in the second half of the year, I think we're going to see a bond market sell off here because look, even though yields have been creeping higher, the front end's been pretty weak. The curve has steepened, but I think we'll see a bear flattener on that, and I think we'll see yields kind of move up a little bit at the front, and they'll move up at the back, but not aggressively, but. I think we're going to wait until the 10 o'clock hearing to see if we get a more accelerated move. I think the bond market wants to know, what are we doing with that 150, $200 billion of tariff revenues? Is that a real thing, into perpetuity, or is it going away?
Yeah.
But look, yields here are compressed. They're coiled up here. And I think what we've been saying, or what I've been thinking, is that as long as bond volatility is contained, equity markets feel pretty sanguine that, they're not going to be upset by yields in either direction, right? Not upset if yields move higher, because that's probably indicative of better growth. Not upset if yields move lower, because it's not really such a big deal. I think it's when the rate of change starts to accelerate, it's suggesting the bond market is getting more concerned about either inflation or growth, right? If we saw yields break out to the upside, that's the market maybe saying concerned about fiscal deficits, concerned about higher inflation coming, growth too high. That's a worry potentially. And then if yields were to break down in a much more aggressive fashion, that's concern that the labor market is starting to deteriorate. Our corporate profit's going to be as good as we think. That's maybe a potential, disinflationary issue. I'm worried about equities from that perspective. So I think, today, hopefully we'll break out of that range in one way or the other.
It would be nice, right? But there's a lot of implications too. If you see a breakout in yields, you have to, think about what Craig's saying and how is that going to affect what you're trading in particular. And, I always like to, when I frame the markets in my own mind every day, I like to look at the markets more as, a domino effect. So if you really see, you have a key development in yields and they break out to the upside, how's that going to affect the dollar? How's that going to affect equities? How's that going to affect crypto if you're trading crypto? We're all interconnected in these markets, and that's what makes it really important when you can identify some of these, rock solid levels that we're looking at. As Craig was just saying, hey, look, we're in a really tight range. If we break out of this range, how is that going to move that asset class that you're specifically trading?
Yeah, for sure. And well, good morning to everyone in chat. Thanks for being with us on this important Friday. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to communicate with us, ask questions in the chat. Feel free. We're here. Wanted to shift gears here to commodities. I know there's been some questions about that. Let's touch on oil first. We've been talking about, throughout the course of last year, maybe this is the year we're finally going to get the oil price moved to the upside. Oil has been under consistent pressure throughout the back half of last year, just a combination of more sluggish demand and supply overhang that it needs to be worked through, right? But we're finally, starting to get a little bit more in the way of geopolitical, red flags being raised, I guess, for lack of a better word. I don't really know. Between the Venezuela stuff and the, growing concern that maybe Iran is back in play, and even just the comments about Mexico, and just it seems like the geopolitical dynamics are top of mind again. Those typically aren't things that necessarily can propel. Also, last night there was some decent missile attacks from Russia into parts of Ukraine with some new weapons and some aggressive weapons, and so it doesn't seem like we're very close to peace, deal there either. So that could be something to watch for the weekend too. But as far as oil is concerned, that's the area where the president has felt very comfortably saying, I'm getting oil prices down. I'm going to keep oil prices under pressure. That's your disinflationary trend. That's why it's really key to his agenda of getting affordability in hand, getting the Fed to keep cutting rates. If oil backs up against him, this is a problem. What are we seeing here on the charts?
Well, as far as the charts go, Craig, we are in this like wedge pattern, but we know how important, and I know Tracy, she's talks with you almost probably on the daily about how important that $55 level is, not only to the market that you see here, but also to the U.S. producers as well. But notice that the 50 DMA, and that's in orange on my chart. I may have wedge resistance there, like just a little trend line, but it's really that 50 DMA that's capped the market. And my assumption is if we can actually breach $59, that's going to create a bit of a squeeze. And you can see the 200 DMA is not far away either. But in crude terms, if you break above 59 and you're trading at the 200 DMA at 62.50, that's a pretty decent sized move. And I think that's what we would need to see to get this squeeze going. And the flip side is, I got to ask, Craig, if we break $55, where would you think crude would go on a breakdown? Because that would be kind of scary, and I wouldn't even understand why that was happening unless there was some economic data that really pushed us down there.
Yeah, look, I think if you got that combination of a evidence of a softer U.S. consumer, indicative of the slowing labor momentum, and then with respect to the Venezuela situation, just more confidence that those barrels are going to start to come out of the ground a little more rapidly for whatever reason, and that this is a big deal for the administration. They're going to really push the oil company CEOs. I believe they're all going to the White House today to speak with the president. And we know what that's like when oil company CEO or any company CEOs go into the White House. They kind of go and express what it's going to take for them to do what they need to do, and what the president will explain to them what he wants. And can we find a happy medium? I know Besson was out yesterday saying that, look, it's possible that the oil majors, may not be there to the degree that that the administration would like, because they've been scorned in Venezuela before. But he was mentioning that there's plenty of other capital that's looking to get in there. We know the oil service companies who have been there are happy to get back in there with new capital to drill. So we'll see. I think this is a big move for the administration to help sustain barrels and resource nationalism and security for years and decades and generations to come. So I think that if we were to break down, it would be more of an indication that demand trends are starting to deteriorate, right?
I was going to say I'm sorry.
That has to be the driver, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say it has to be the driver, but we're not there yet. We're not even close to that yet.
It doesn't appear. I mean, we did get, we're getting some, again, it's this bifurcated economy, this K-shaped economy. We had some data out yesterday from the New York Fed. Consumer debt delinquencies moving above 15%. So that's the amount of folks who believe that they won't be able to make a minimum payment on debt in the next 3 months has risen to 15%. We haven't seen those levels since really the second quarter of 2020, right in the teeth of COVID. Yeah. Prior to that, it's been, almost a decade since we've been up at those lofty levels. We've also saw the prospects for those who become unemployed to get a job in the next 3 months has fallen to decade low levels, down, I think, below 45%. And so there is clearly concern at the lower end about the ability to pay debts, to grow real incomes, to have real wage gains. And so when you see this softening in the labor market, it has a multiplier effect, right? And oil is a big part of that, right? And if the labor market starts to slow, that's less people getting to work, driving to work, and there's a dynamic there where not buying as much, which hits the diesel market, right? So that would be the reason. Again, I don't think we're there, but you could see some more evidence that more people are moving into a more precarious part of that lower part of the K-shaped economy. So.
Yeah, that's and that's scary. I guess that the the bubbling is there in the
Yeah.
economy. Hey, Craig, we hadn't talked about silver and
Yeah, I was
gold.
going to say let's shift over to precious metals. We're in the middle of a little bit of a GFCI rebalance here. Last another couple days, where precious is for sale, oil is a little is to buy. Not enormous flows, but helps move some directionality. Clearly, let's start with silver. You got it up there. What are your thoughts?
Well, we're bouncing. We're right at 50%. I was just taking a look, making sure that we were there 50%. So we're halfway back on the move down. I would assume, and I always think about the 618 retracement, which comes in, just ahead of 80. So if you are a seller of silver, and you're looking to be on the short side, I wouldn't want to see it above 80. The flip side to that is we are creating higher lows, and this is a 4-hour chart, so this is obviously very intraday. We're creating higher lows, so if you're going to play on the long side and you want to be on the long side, you just don't want to see a move back below 73.50. So overall, I thought it was going to be a little bit more volatile this week than we've seen, at least thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have asset allocation decisions being made at the beginning of the year. We know commodities, broadly speaking, as an asset class, are underowned, and more flows are going in. But then you have some of these shorter term dynamics. Look, the volatility in precious has really started to move materially higher. Seems like we have a bit of digestion this week.
Yeah.
As people are trying to wait for today's information, wait for the next news, but. The fundamental stories remain good, but positioning is a bit stretched. The RSI conditions a little bit overbought. I don't know. It seems like some of the easier money on the trade, has been made, and now we're in
Yeah.
that a little bit more of the digestion, waiting for the next move here.
Give us a little bit more
Yeah,
catalyst. And we talked about it this week, but we're not seeing new highs in silver. We're not seeing new highs in gold just yet. Palladium, platinum, I'm not going to pull them up right now, but they're not making new highs either. So you're right. It's this consolidation. I'm not seeing price action is really interesting when you see a big reversal like what we saw in silver. Several weeks back, in December, we saw this big kind of blow off and reversal. Right at the end of the year. That's the kind of stuff that really gets my attention. But when we're just consolidating gains like this, you're right. Just waiting for the next catalyst. Give us a reason to be a buyer again.
yeah. We've got about 4 minutes left here before the NFP. What about gold? What are you seeing here on the chart for gold? What would you characterize the chart pattern as? Similar, a little bit different, a little bit of a divergence there? Obviously, gold to silver ratio has plummeted massively over the course of the last several months, and look, and indicative of the silver catch-up trade that's finally happened, that people have been hoping for, and structural repricing of silver into fundamental stronger supply demand dynamics. But gold's been sneaky strong too, for a different reason, less a usage reason, more of a fiat debasement reason and a store of value perspective. But what are you seeing here on gold?
Well, what I'm seeing is it's poised right at the high. So if we break 4,500 spot, and basically the highs that we traded at earlier this week, why can't we see new highs? Why can't gold see 4,700? Why can't it see 4,800? One of the things that I learned a long time ago as a trader, I like to ask the why nots. Not what if. How about why not? Why not gold go up there? It's not like we don't have any geopolitical risks around the world circulating everywhere, whether you're talking about Iran or Venezuela or Mexico or Russia, as you pointed out a little bit earlier. So I look at gold technically. We get above 4,500, we are going to be challenging those all-time highs. The flip side to that is I think we could probably just look at some previous support or previous resistance, probably acting as current support of 4,400. So you have this $100 range that we're in that looks like it's poised to break it either or. I'd kind of lean to the long side just because of all the reasons I just mentioned just a moment
Yeah.
ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're a minute away. Minis coming into the print here, up 13 handles to 69.75. NASDAQ up 22 basis points, 55 points. Russell's up 8.5 handles. Gold is up 43 basis points, just going around the horn here. A little bit of a curve flattener this morning with front end yields moving higher, back end not moving as much. Oil up a bit, 68 basis points to 58.15. What should we go to first? I think we should keep an eye on the 10-year yield here,
Let's do it.
into the print, just to see, do we get a big move, a big reaction in the bond market here on back of this news? As I mentioned earlier, market's looking for 70,000 payroll print here. 64 was the number for last month, so we'll check the revisions there too. There's been obviously a lot of movement on the revisions. Typically revised lower, so the market will be sensitive to that. 4.5% unemployment rate is expected versus 4.6% last month.
And here we go.
Here we go. And it's 50,000 with a decently negative 76,000 of a negative reduction for last month. Weekly earnings up 3.8% versus 3.6% expected. So that's better than expected. And the unemployment rate fell to 4.4%, which is better than expected. That U6 rate, which I had been wandering my eye on, also fell back from 8.7 to 8.4%. So a little bit of a mixed bag there. What's the initial reaction here for bonds?
Well, yields are popping. So bonds are selling off. I think they love that unemployment rate, dropping to 4.4% from 4.6%, even below expectations. And you're seeing yields move higher. The dollar actually moved higher as well. Initially, that was the instant reaction. But now, the dollar is kind of pulled back a little bit. You can see yields are coming back off, almost the 10 years only, it's dropped back below 420. So what?
Yeah,
it's like
and equities are a little bit stronger, not much, 69.75. We're right back to where we were a minute in. I think just kind of trying to parse through the data here a little bit. Looks like 50,000 this month, 56,000 last month, negative 76,000 revisions. So again, this is just more indication, in my view, that the labor market is cooling, but not freezing. The unemployment rate ticking down to 4.4%, I think, is something that will be interesting for the Fed, because the bar for them really is to see that unemployment rate continue to move higher in order for them to cut rates more aggressively. And so we're not seeing that in this print, but under the hood, we'll have to go through these dynamics here. The average hourly earnings number up to 3.8%, but the average weekly hours number fell to 34.2. So again, I think this is a mixed figure, a sloppy number, can puts and takes in both directions. I think ultimately, again, it's confirming, I think, what we know, which is we have a labor market that is soft, but not deteriorating too rapidly. A Fed that is going to accommodate more aggressively only if it sees it get a lot worse. And so if you are looking for a Fed to really deliver an accelerated pace of rate cutting in the first half this year, I think you're going to be disappointed. And I think that's why the front end, we're seeing yields kind of hold in there, 2-year yields at 3.51%. So, but Blake, any last thoughts here as I let you go on this Friday? It's been a great week with you. I really appreciate all the time that you spent with us, but
I was gonna say, Craig, it's been really a wonderful week. I'm really enjoyed my time here, and I'll see you guys again next Friday for sure. And I want to say, be careful of that knee-jerk reaction. What we're seeing in yields is they are pulling back. The dollar is actually weakening as you've been speaking, and so we got an initial knee-jerk, and sometimes that knee-jerk is the wrong reaction. But who's going to be with us next is Pax, and I bet Pax is going to tell you how to preserve that capital and watch those knee-jerk reactions, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks again, Blake. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. You guys have a great one. Good luck today, and have fun with Pax.
All right. Let's bring the man in. Pax, checking in. What's happening? Happy New Year again to you. Capital Preservation Friday. What's going on?
Yeah, every day is capital preservation. So nothing. Happy New Year to you. I go home tomorrow, which is on one hand saddening. I'm looking out at the ocean, the clear blue ocean right now, but go back home to 35-degree cloudy cold Chicago weather. But I get to be in front of my screens on Monday, and I'm looking forward to that, getting back into my routine, and I'm looking forward to that. It's been an interesting board, I think, an interesting setup and an interesting start to the year.
I think we might have lost Pax's audio there for a second. Oh, I think he made me. There he is. He's back. Right? There he is.
Yeah, so I think that the reaction in the indices is kind of muted, a little bit of a pop. Same thing with the bonds, a little bit of an offer, but kind of snapping back to where they are. So and the S&P is trading at 69.80, Craig. That level that you and I talked about way back in September and October. When we first met. That's the 69.80 is my long-term goal for the indices. So this completes the swing from 66.58 up to 69.80. And we got there, a month or so ago. So the swing is completed. The market is now setting up for its next swing. So is it, do we get above, kind of like we talked about on Sunday night, we want to be long above 69.02, which was the trade of the week. That's the level to take profit in the indices is 69.35, and to add above that. The next level to take profit in the S&P is 69.80, and that is the swing completion. So now above 69.80, we start another swing up to 71.87, 71.85, with 70.24 as a profit place and a place to add 70.80, and then up, then another 100 points very quickly. That's what the market is trying to set up for. It doesn't mean that we're going to get it. It's churning that level. It's churning the 69.80 level, getting above it, stopping at 70.06, getting back to it. So let's see what's going to happen. And the dollar is going to play a huge part in that. Like you and Blake were so brilliantly speaking of earlier. It was just, it's so enlightening for me to listen to you guys, because I'm not a dollar trader. It's not the way that I was kind of, brought up and trained in the markets, but it is interesting to learn and to continue to grow and evolve as a trader. And it just to listen to you guys speak about it is fascinating. The bonds are muted action and reaction to this.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's, I know. No, I'm trying to, figure. It seems like what we have. I'm just kind of, if I take my step back and look over here, I see the dollar weakness coming in a little bit. Post 8:30 now. I see yields moving a little bit lower. I see vol coming in, and so I think my first reaction to that price action would be, and obviously equity is a little bit higher. My reaction to that is market is saying that payroll data was a little bit weaker than expected, a little bit weaker, not materially so, and maybe this will be another reason for or confirmation that the Fed can provide that cutting that we think. And so, right. But it's not weak enough that I as an equity investor, I'm concerned about the pace of economic momentum and earnings. And so vol gets sold, equities catch another bid. I think that's your 5-minute macro here after a big number at 8:30.
Okay, exactly. And everything I just said, everything you just said, to boil that down into a few words, stay flat. Capital Preservation Friday. Wait for the, don't wait for the market to set up is what both of us are talking about. Let the next leg, either up or down, set up. And right now, I mean, it looks like it's going to try to rally, but is that enough for me to want to spend money in the market? Again, I'm on my laptop and I'm looking at the blue waters of the Caribbean. So the answer to that is no. But Monday, let's see what happens. I say this, I think, every Friday. You don't need to catch every wiggle. You don't need to catch every move. I cannot scalp the noise. I'm not sure, how people scalp long term, but that's just me. But I know that I cannot catch every trade and every wiggle. The only people that make money every single day are YouTube streamers. We all have to decide when we want to spend money in the markets, when we don't. Remember, I don't have losses. I've got expenses. When do I want to spend money in my business to try to make more? And right now, it is capital preservation. I need to sit, even if I was in front of the screens, I would be flat. I'd be flat equities. I'm long gold. I'm still long a little bit of silver, not much, but waiting for silver to set up for the next leg too. But I would be sitting here flat, waiting for the next setup in the market, because and for the next catalyst. Will it be the Fed? Will it be geopolitical stuff? Will it be who knows what it'll be? But it will be, and this is going to be a great trading year. You do not have to blow your wad on a Friday. And here's a whole nother point, just real briefly. If you had a good week this week, or a good start to the year, don't try to increase it today. Don't try to double it today. Just because you've made money on during the week does not mean that you need to try to continue to do it today. Let it set up, preserve and protect that capital. For example, if you made $10,000 this week, maybe you're willing to spend 800 of that to try to make another 1,000 or 2, right? That's it. You're in capital preservation mode. I got a question on Twitter. I think it was yesterday that I responded to. This guy tagged me and Anthony in it, and then he removed the tag, but I responded anyway. What do you do after a big run? I thought, well, you don't listen to my show on Fridays, do you? But what you do after a really good run and you're starting to feel a little bit overly confident is you either cut your size or you stop trading. You need to preserve and protect capital in every circumstance, knowing when I want to spend money, how much I want to spend, and what I'm looking for in that trade. Your risk reward, your RR, there's all kinds of considerations, but they're business considerations. When you take a step back and you think of this as a business and not gambling, not a game, this isn't gaming, this isn't gambling, this is a business almost like any other. Different characteristics, of course. Every day is different, it's different, but when do you want to spend money? And in this market, I'm letting it set up before I decide. So what that means specifically is that today I'll look at the opening ranges. Again, if I were in front of the screens trading, I will be back in front of the screens Monday. So Friday we'll do our normal show, do the spread trading, and of course Sunday night with you guys, Craig, and then Wednesday mornings too, tape talk. But anyway, the point is that I would get long in this market. I would trade the opening range. If there's something to do in the opening range, I'll do it. If not, I would wait until we make a new high. I would get long above 70.06 and then use like that, a 2-point range around it. So buy 06s, we go 08 bid, buy more. Because two things that I made a point to point out yesterday on Twitter is, if you come to trading with a big ego and a lot of money, you will soon leave with a big ego and
but less money.
Yeah. Less money and really feeling negative. So we all have to understand the difference between self-confidence and ego.
Yeah. No, just turning over back to the tape here, 15 minutes or so, after, again, the reaction is kind of holding at this point, which is, dollar a little bit weaker, bonds a little bit stronger, curve flattening, I think is indicative of, some of the concerns maybe about the pace of the labor market, not catastrophic, but, not robust. And, look, equities are feeling their feelings, I guess, right? I mean, volatility, it was elevated into 830. Better to have traveled than to have arrived, right? And so here we are, the VIX gets sold after the event. But we still have news potentially later today with the Supreme Court ruling. So that'll be the next hurdle to potentially get through. I'm curious, Pax, it seems like the president now is back tweeting again. And he is making, movements that have market implications. Again, it's kind of akin to what we saw really in the first few months of last year. Does that change your mindset at all as far as sizing or timing, or just knowing that, Trump tweets are back? It's, I was saying earlier, I feel exhausted already from this week, just given, that there's been a bunch of tape bombs from a sector perspective in housing and defense and, a variety of things that he's trying to address. But do you think that him potentially being back, focusing on Main Street over Wall Street, possibly an affordability issue, but just really the intraday tweets again. How do you think about that?
Oh, I like them. I don't care where the market goes. I just want it to go, and I really don't care. I think this is one of the first things I said to you when we met, is that I'm not a macro trader. I don't care so much about the why of why we're moving, and I'm not going to try to figure out why we're moving. I just want to trade the movement. And I'll try to put the macro together with the story after the story takes shape. In the market story. So I like the tape bombs. I like anything that's going to cause price movement, either with momentum, either to the upside or the downside. If you guys have downloaded my indicator on Ninja, you'll see that I already have somebody had asked me earlier in the chat about using the spread on a 15-minute chart. I don't ever make trades based off of charts during the day. My time to look at charts are after the market closes and before the market opens. I know what prices I'm going to trade before the market opens. So I'm ready to go. I'm going to use the breakouts from the opening range one way or the other. Now, if I'm sitting here flat like today, I'm not trading because I'm not in front of my screens. I don't trade unless I'm at my desk, pretty much ever. I've lost more money from beaches and lost more money from golf carts than in any other places I can imagine. So I don't even have a trading app on my phone. I do not have Ninja downloaded app on my phone. I won't do it. I have to look at, if I want to check the markets on my phone, I look at investing.com. It's a free app. I mean, how about that? I don't care. Unless I'm in front of the screens, I don't care. All right. Anyway, the point is that if I'm sitting here flat in front of the screens, like I was talking about letting the next swing set up, and President Trump, tape bombs us and we start breaking, I'll sell the 15. I'll start trading the 15 point swings from the opening range. So if the opening range is, bottom of the opening range is 69.80, and we're trading at we trade down to 69.65. I'll sell those. I'll sell 67s. I'll sell 65s, double my size. The market stays off and underneath it. Now I'm looking for the next swing, another 15 points lower from 65. So I'm looking for 50. I'm going to take profit at 50 and sell more underneath it. So again, and vice versa on the upside. If the top of the opening range is even, I'll buy 13s and 15s. And then the next level will be 30, take profit by more. So it's just a matter of knowing my process, knowing myself. Am I confident? Am I carefree? Am I fearless and focused? Confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. CCFF, MICCFF, every day, every trade. Am I? If I am, then I can determine what kind of size I might be willing to trade if the market gives me the price action based upon my process. Not the macro stuff. I don't care why we move. I just care that we do move.
Right. No, and with no bias. I think when you're trading with your perspective, there's no bias. I think, I typically come to the game with some view of how I think the world should play out. It's obviously a different style, a different philosophy. And so for me, it's more of a sizing decision, right? If I feel like, or I'm seeing this, the potential for, volatility and tape bombs, and right, it's a sizing decision. It's a little bit more of a volatile environment, or forcing me to be at my desk more. And so, size accordingly. Size down if you feel like you're going to be, at risk in your portfolio of a tape bomb that could, ruin your sleep. If you can't sleep overnight, you're too big. So, size down.
I have my biases, Craig, and we've shared those together. And we've shared them on stream. But my biases are going to play out more in my investment portfolio than in my personal trading. I think that the market's going to be under tremendous pressure for the year of 2026. I think we start off the year strong. We're above the yearly opening range. And it's playing out so far as I thought, that we will try to rally, we'll make a new high, and then something will happen. There'll be a catalyst, will break like crazy. The market's overdone. That's my opinion. That's my bias. However, if I was trading, I'd be long. I would have completed the swing up to 69.80, but still looking for another swing higher because we're above 69.80. So that's what I'd be looking for, right? Now, my bias is contrary to that, but my trading isn't. It's very important as traders to be flexible. I tweeted last week, I think. Every day, the last 2 weeks is one day to me. So I think it was last week that I tweeted the best traders I know change their mind 10 times a day. Change their biases 10 times a day, because I see people on Twitter lambasting people that say, oh, I think the market's going lower, and they get long. Well, whatever. I'm a trader. I'm paid to react. I'm not paid to think. I am paid to react. If I was managing a portfolio like my family's, retirement, or my retirement accounts, my family's investment accounts, there I'm paid to think.
Yep.
A little bit different.
Yeah, I think many people get into this and they want to focus on the why, right? Why are things moving? What is the reason behind it? And really what you're expressing, at least when I'm hearing time and time again, you're more focused on the what. What is actually happening? It is moving. I don't care why. I'm seeing it move, and I'm going to react to it moving, as opposed to trying to figure out what the hell is the reason. I may, at 4 o'clock when the day's over, I may try to understand why it's moving and what that means for my longer term perspectives or my bias. But as far as the trading is concerned, the fact that it's moving is enough for you, and the reaction is the most important.
I have to be aware of the macro. I have to be aware of what is going to move us. That's going to help me. So confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. CCFF. That's the first determining my morning routine. First determining factor into whether I'm going to size up, size down, or not trade. And then the other things are, I have to know, do we have any catalysts this week or today? What are the possible catalysts that can move us? Unemployment at 7:30. What's out, or 8:30? What's out at 10 o'clock this morning, Craig?
At 10 o'clock, we get some U Michigan data on sentiment. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if that's the U Michigan. Well, anyway, it's the it is. It's the U Mich sentiment, but it's also very possible we will get the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs at 10 o'clock. It's not necessarily at 10 o'clock, but we kind of have to be mindful that we could get an opinion drop at 10 o'clock for sure.
So that's exactly my point. So at 10 o'clock, we have numbers out that can move us. I'll be aware of them if I was in front of the screens, U of M or, retail sales or whatever we would have, And also the next catalyst could be the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. And that's going to be super important. It's going to have ramifications in all kinds of different things. So I would be aware of those. I'd be at my desk, even if I was flat, because the swing has been completed, and I'd be ready to trade those 15 handle rotations, and or in the NASDAQ, if I was trading NASDAQ, 65 handle rotations. Excuse me. So I'd be ready for whatever the catalysts are. I'd have an idea of what they are. I wouldn't have an opinion as to which way they're coming out, because again, I'm paid to react, not to think.
Yeah.
I'm not an analyst. I'm a trader. Yep. Analysts are paid to think.
So as we've pushed through this session, it's notable. I'm just kind of keeping an eye as we go. Bonds have now started to weaken a bit again. And so, I think Blake brought last point was a good one. First reaction, not always the best reaction. Who knows? And the narratives will be all over the place. But it is interesting to see yields move higher. 2-year yields up to 3.517. And so, that was, interesting here to see the 2-year yields moving up. So that's pricing Fed cuts out. And then 30-year yields are back up to 4.852%. So look, not massive moves, but I am curious. And what we have is we have a decent curve flattener, right? And so, but the long end, I think it will be interesting. I'm curious your thoughts here on ZB and the like, but from tariffs, I think we could get a decent move here. We've been talking about this range on ZB for a bit. Coiling up here. And if we got an adverse ruling and something that the remedy was the administration has to pay back the tariffs imminently, that would put a pretty big hole in the deficit. There'd be a need for another 150 billion of issuance this year. I think that would scare the bond market. Are there levels here you're looking for at the long end here that might get you interested or excited about either bonds or implications for cross asset?
I'm watching. So right now on my screen, on my small computer laptop screen, I have the S&P, NASDAQ, and the bonds up. I'm watching the bonds kind of, just tick lower. It's not doing much.
Yeah.
So the long bond underneath 115.25, that's a quarterly pivot. Underneath 115 spot 25, I'm bearish. At least for a swing. That swing completes at 114.17. That's that, double or triple bottom that we have. 114.17 is where the market is, where the 30-year keeps stopping. We take out that 114.17 level, then I'm very bearish. Then underneath 114.17, there'll be a lot of momentum to the south side of the market. That'll bring in a wave of selling that will take us a point lower pretty quickly. And then it's down to 113.10, and then underneath 113.10, it's 110 even, 110.01. I think that's the long-term low that it needs to take out. And these are levels that we have not seen except for the last year, since the 90s and 2000s. I don't know what that means in an inflated market, outside of the fact that I think it's interesting that we're back to what we used to consider normalized rates, and we have the president that is looking to artificially drive down these normalized rates. And for what? Midterm, to save the midterms, for political reasons, right? And I lean more towards politically, I'm center, maybe a little bit right. I don't know, whether I'm always willing to ask questions. I'm always willing to think rationally, and always willing to be wrong. That's what makes a great trader too, by the way. I'm ready to pivot. If I'm wrong, I will apologize. I will take a look at why I'm wrong, and I will pivot to doing what is right. There's a great saying that that I learned from a great man. Actually, he was sued by George Soros for $100 million when he was in his late 20s, and blamed for causing the crash of 1987. Imagine that. Anyway, so if you make a mistake, if you fail to do the right thing, do the next right thing. If you fail to do the right thing, do the next right thing. So that carries over into my trading. If I've made a mistake, if I'm on the wrong side of the market, do the next right thing. Correct. Get on the other side of it. I'm not one to dig in my heels. Like when my wife and I argue about something, this is how my trading plays out. My wife and I argue about something. We all argue, right? And I love my wife, but if she points out the fact that I was wrong, not in a stupid way, like, oh, my wife always tells me I'm wrong. But if I recognize I'm wrong, I'm not going to dig in my heels and argue with her. No, I'm not wrong. The sky is not cloudy. It's blue. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, you know what? I shouldn't have said that, honey. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. And then I'm going to do the next right thing. My trading plays out the exact same way. If I buy 80s and that market goes 80 off, or I'm on the wrong side of the trade, I must get out. Somebody asked me my stops earlier, half point stop. I don't use a half point stop. I'm right or right out. Sometimes it's a half point. Sometimes it's a tick. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 points. Sometimes it's a scratch, but I'm right or right out. If I buy 80s and that market goes 80 off, or I'm out and I'm short, because I don't take trades at places that I'm not going to, that I'm not willing to reverse that, and so that makes me nimble. That makes me willing to be wrong. That makes me willing to pivot to the other side. Makes me willing to say, I need to do the next right thing. I don't know if that makes any sense, but as from a trading standpoint, I think it's important.
Yeah. No, I have two slogans for PAX t-shirts coming out of this conversation. One is the CCFF. I think we need to get a logo and get t-shirts made. PAX Trading, CCFF t-shirts, and also PAX Trading, my wife is always right. That would also be, I think, a slogan too. But I feel I feel the same way here with that. But last thought here, Pax, before I let you go, just on gold, there was a couple questions about that. What's your how are you thinking about precious here into
Yeah. I'm glad you asked. Okay, so gold is trading. This is difficult to do. It's for most independent retail traders, but independent traders, I think, are have a better idea of it. But gold is trading in $155 swings. Okay, $150. So if you would have bought the dip at 43.50, or you would have bought some gold on the way down last week, I think it was, on that big sell off, then that swing completes up here, right? It's like 45 even. Now, we go 45 even bid, you want to get long. 45 even, the big round number, psychological number, technically it's nothing to me, but you want to buy those above 45 even because it's $150 swings. You're going to take that up to 46.5. Now that makes a new high. I am bullish the metals. I am more bullish gold right now than I am silver. I think silver is either going to rally from here or it's going to base from here. Silver has had a huge move, a great sell-off for those of you that like to take your life in your hands and pick tops in a gigantic runaway freight train. When we stopped at $82 and broke down to 60, I think like the low was 69-ish. But the point is that silver, I think, either kind of churns the the $70 area until it decides to get either above 82.60, or back below 69, and then it bases up for another move. So silver has been trading in $3.20 swings. So that makes the level to pay attention to in silver right here is 76.54. Where is silver trading? Oh, I don't look at the S&P go.
Yeah. 78.25 last for silver.
Yeah, 78 quarter, and that takes us so 76.54. The swing is completed at 79.74. Take profit at 79.70. Add more above 79.74, and that takes us up to the next swing level at 82.94, which takes us up to basically the high at 82.60-ish. We get above 82.60-ish or 82.94 specifically, it's another $3.20. That takes us up to 86.14. So, silver is a great trade. It's also, it can be very dangerous if you over leverage in it. The CME has raised margin on it a number of times, and there's reason for that. So trade the micros. If you're learning how to trade the metals, trade them on the simulator. Ninja's got a great simulator. Trade it on the simulator for a short period of time. Don't put live money into a market that you don't understand the way it moves yet. Just, capital preservation is the key to this, my brothers and sisters. In everything that you do in this business, capital preservation is the key. So let the market set up, get to know the characteristics of the price movement. Don't gamble. This is a business. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You'll make your fortune, maybe not just today. Yep. If you adopt this attitude, this mindset, CCFF, if you realize that this is a long-term business, you'll put yourself in a position to capitalize on it. You will have career-making trades. You will have trades that make your year, make your quarter, make your month, make your week. Doesn't need to be today, though.
For sure. All right. Pax, appreciate you checking in with us this morning for a little bit of an abbreviated session. We'll see you over the weekend on Sunday night for the Sunday Open. And I know you'll be back throughout the week next week and for an elongated edition next Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. But thanks again, Pax. Appreciate it. And now
thank you, Chris.
Let's get ready to trade the Open with XY and Chris. Gentlemen, good morning. How's it going?
Good morning.
Hey, Craig. Good morning, guys.
I'm exhausted already.
You are, Pax. We're good. Hope you're enjoying the beach over there.
Pax is talking to us backstage right now.
Yeah.
Good morning, Pax. Pax says he doesn't want to go home, guys.
Well, guys, it's been a fun week for me, kind of filling in for the team. I know Deli and Tracy will be back next week. I'll be here next week as well. Plenty for you guys to get through. Keep an eye out for the 10 a.m. potential headlines from the Supreme Court, and I'll leave you
it's going to be interesting
in your capable hands here. So enjoy your Friday, boys.
You too. All right.
Thanks, Craig. See ya.
All right. Take care.
Yo.
It's going to be an interesting day for sure.
Yeah. Morning, chat. How's everybody doing? Yeah, give it up for Craig. So much knowledge.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning, chat.
All right, guys, let's see what we get. You want to go over your maybe what you planned out for today, what you're thinking?
Yeah, it's like really it's a heavy news, data, all that stuff kind of
Yeah.
day. So it's really I'm approaching it and look, you tell me what to do, especially today because well, where we're trading now is the upside, swing high. And I think everyone at this point is, hey, are we going to break out and continue, or is this just going to fall back through? And before market open, I'm not looking to execute on that. I was looking at gold, considering if I should buy this pullback here, because the gold market is already open technically. Uh, I was hesitant, so I did not. We do have a really strong candle coming out of this zone right here. But what kept me off is it's still really thin volume up here. So if you look at this profile on the way down, not much of an interest to do any business. Coming back up, not much business, not much interest to do business as well. So I don't want to assume that there will be now, even if this is the candle coming out of the zone. So I'm just I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until the market tells me what's going on.
You're looking to
What
trade
about you?
before the possible court decision at 10?
Yeah, there's that too, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna just chill. I'm gonna sit on hands. I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna wait for something to really set up. Um, I'm sure something will. I mean, we've got plenty of time. It's a probably gonna be an action-packed day. So right now, I'm just trying to stay very clear-headed, not have too much of any bias. Just listen. I want to be a listener for when the market starts to relay info.
Yeah. All right, let me share mine. All right, guys. So I want to start with the daily here because of, oh, all right. So on the daily, as you guys know, I think I talked about this on Tuesday with Merritt, that we were breaking out of this wedge contraction. We did push out and we've pulled back, and therefore we have our first higher high, higher low. I know you guys hear me say that a lot, but from a trend perspective, this is trying to hold the breakout now. To me, hasn't failed yet until the first higher low fails, because a failure on the daily time frame will look something. I mean, this is a similar structure in February of 2025. We have our first higher high, higher low, and then it fails and we started to move lower. Now, obviously, that was very news driven, right? So I don't want to say we can expect something like that, but the point here is that on the daily, we're attempting to hold the first higher high, higher low breakout. And as long as it can continue to do so, it can chop around like it is, it can be range bound and then continue higher to try and go for that RTH gap up here at 26,000. What is this, like 140 to 200? If it then fails and we move back below prior day low or this 500 area, then I think we can see a move all the way back down to prior week low, 25,120s. So for me, that daily structure is really important because it's really what will, we've been consolidating since October, and the move out of here will be pretty big. But for today, because the daily higher low is holding, right, from a trend perspective, I want to continue to look higher. Inside that consolidation on the daily, we had a tight wedge here on the 4 hour, and we're now breaking out of it. So as long as this 4 hour breakout holds in ES around 68.72, structure says it can continue to see higher. It tested prior week high. It's sort of consolidating there at the moment. But again, as long as any sort of pullback holds higher, if it fails, then we can push back down to prior day low at 69.40s, then lower. For NQ, the breakout was around 700, 720. So as long as they can hold, it can push back up to prior day high, 850s, maybe prior week high, and then maybe see if we consolidate or reject it. I think it'll depend on news at 10. If we fail the breakout, we do have the 630s area that has been sort of a good point of interaction, but we can push back down to prior day low. And then if not, 480, 500. And as far as my plan for today, Now, coming down to the hourly, I'm looking to always participate in hourly trends. I share that I'm an hourly trend trader and I'm looking for 2 or 5 minute entries. So, from that perspective, we're starting a new hourly 9 MA uptrend. We have our first higher high. Let's see how the pullback to the first higher low looks. Maybe to prior day high in ES, maybe to the breakout around 68.72. If that can hold, we can see higher and fall scenario 1, scenario 1.2. If it fails and we form some acceptance at 68.72 instead, we can move lower. If all the way back down to 38.43 prior day low for NQ, something of the same. If we can hold this pullback into the 9 MA, maybe 710, 720s, we can continue to see higher. If not, we go follow the scenarios 2 and 2.1 and see lower. So that's what I'm looking at for today. This guy's already done. Grab 20 ticks and copper and he's out.
It's a fast Friday. Can't complain. Someone asked for reversal trades. Do you only enter at extremes, or do you ever enter in the middle of a range? I do my best not to enter in the middle of a range. I would advise everyone also do your best not to as well, because the idea for all of us traders is to operate with an edge. That inherently means that if you're operating in the middle of a range, you are either not operating with an edge or much more diminished edge.
Yep.
At that point, it's not that great of a gig long term. If you want it to be a great gig, you want to get the edges of what you think is a range. So for me, if let's just say a scenario where I enter in the middle of a range, it is absolutely because I think this is going to move and it's going to move now. If it doesn't move and it doesn't move now, I'm just going to get out. Also, if I am doing something like that, it means those are not prices I really wanted, and my size will reflect that. It will be much smaller. So sizing matters, or we'll say what prices I'm getting access at matters directly, to what kind of size I'm going to be putting on. If I feel like, okay, this is my last chance to get on this move before my risk gets too wide, I'm not going to put as much size on. You've got to be responsible about that. But if I'm getting what I think are really good prices, the size will increase. A lot of times I will also just put orders through a range. I'm not going to try to go all in one. I'm going to scale into a trade. So I'll work a range, but in a vacuum, entering in the middle of a range is quite honestly diminishing your edge. So that's my thought on it.
Yeah, don't ditto in the middle.
Fractal, yeah, I guess. I mean, it keeps you in the game, I guess. What do I use to determine a range? Volume profile, price action. It can be as simple as just looking at the candles and seeing where price is going and where it's not going. And if that looks like a range, it is a range for now, right? No one knows when a range really is going to break. No one knows anything. We're all speculators. So you do your best. But yes, the
There's
range
also
is quite literal. It looks like a range. Price
there's
is
also
locked in.
different I would say there's different perspectives on ranges. Like if what I may consider a range because I'm looking for a higher time frame move, you're probably considering as a tradable, actionable, back and forth. But then
That's
yesterday in
also a thing, yeah.
ES,
Like sometimes if it's a high time frame range, I would say that's a lot more actionable because you can kind of bet on that with better probabilities. But if it's like a range on my 1 minute chart intraday here, that becomes something that am not that interested in being involved in for sure. So if it's a high time frame range, it's a lot wider. It's more reliable that it might hold as such. But intraday, I don't really like that. I'm not sure anyone really does.
From a point perspective, if ES is around between 20-22 point range, I consider that as a range. Like if it can't break out of that sort of difference.
Mm.
And then for NQ, I've noticed that I think it's 50-60 points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say 60-70 points the latest. Maybe 80. Yesterday looks like it was 80. Usually if it's inside of that sort of back and forth, and then to me that's a range. Also, if they're inside the initial balance, can be a range if it's a tight one. All right, so we're getting the pullbacks for the first higher low. We're now seeking a higher low. We're looking to see if there's a reversal opportunity into the pullback. We are testing prior day high in NQ, no, ES.
Gold is still moving.
Yeah, what's gold doing?
They're trying to see if they're going to trade the 45.30s or just go all the way back down to the 44.50s. This will be where they make that decision most likely. And Q is also just drifting back down from the swing. Kind of swept it.
Oh, big gap up in semi world. In a tricky market for swing trading, huh, guys? I know some of you guys who swing trade are seeing it. It's crazy rotation. Yeah, let's get the like button going, guys. Let's close out the week strong. Let's see if we can get some action. If it meets our rules. Yeah, since October, really, it's been a very choppy environment. You want to hide in semis? We saw some software pop up. We saw growth, memory. It's just been killer.
Thanks for that, sunshine. Guys, hit the likes for sunshine. Sunshine Bright 727.
We have a really tight inside day so far. Inside prior day high, prior day low for NQ. Do we have the same for ES? Probably.
Looks like it's a no-go
Oh
up
no,
there
ES
again.
did take out prior day high. Good rejection here.
Hate they're moving to VWAP before the market opens.
Said you hate that?
Yeah, I would rather the market or it does it after the market opens.
Take care, man, dude.
See you, man, dude. What indicator are you using that shows the volume horizontally at price levels on your chart? The volume profile. It's literally just volume profile.
All right, right back down to 710s. Well, close to there, but that's the zone that I have here in NQ, which is the first support area. Yes, 68.72 is support and where we broke out of. So if we are to hold this breakout on the 4-hour and hourly, then this is where we need to hold. So we can then see a little bit higher. If not, then we can trigger a 1-hour, 4-hour fell breakout, and then we go to scenario 2, 2.1, and we go lower. I don't know if it'll be
Good morning,
choppy due
Salty.
to
What up? What up? You hate VWAP pre? I just don't like to get in positions this close to the open. If I'm gonna do anything pre-market, I think I'd like to do it when there's more time. But the open brings new inventory, new volatility. So yeah, it's the same with this right here. You guys see this line? I do have a level that I'm looking at here, and this is a perfect opportunity to fade this thing. And I just didn't take it because it's still pretty close to the open. I'm just gonna wait. So it's taking away a few things from me, but hey, that's just how it goes. Sometimes the market works with you, sometimes it doesn't want to. Sometimes the timing's right, sometimes it's not. But yeah, this pretty decent spot to gauge for an offer if they try to buy through and they fail it, which, well, here it is. But like I always say, the market is open for a long time, day by day, week by week, month by month. What's the hurry?
So I said, I'm just looking for 1 to 2 trades. They work, they work.
Yeah, there will be plenty of opportunities.
All right, NQ's failing now.
Yeah.
This is the where we needed to hold. If not, we can go down to 630s. Yes, is back testing that 68.72 zone right here. And then we also don't know what the court decision may look like. Is it an extended conversation? Do they postpone their decision for another date? Do they give a inconclusive answer? And
Menti Smith says, please answer me. Can we trade pro and test accounts after the news? Menti Smith, this is NinjaTrader. This is not a prop, uh, whatever prop you're trading. So we don't have that answer for you. You need to go ask whatever company you're trading with.
you can't trade news? No,
I
because
don't
it's a
know. And
volatile.
honestly, you
You shouldn't.
you don't even need to type that in chat. You can actually just go to whatever website they have and go to their FAQs. Could probably just use a search function, type in the word news, and it'll pop up for you. But yeah, we don't have the answer for that here, unfortunately. So
Legendary. My my market plan for my daily market plan is not a pre-market plan. It's a plan for the day.
It's not a pre-market plan, it's the market plan.
Yeah, like
Never wrong. He
my
plans it for the market.
since I'm an hourly trend trader, I'm looking to capture hourly trends. So you can imagine that the scenarios that I'd share are hourly trend possibilities. So multi-hours, obviously that takes up the whole day. And we can see here that we're both sort of seeing scenario one. We didn't exactly make it to 69.93 NES or prior day high in NQ, and we're rejecting. So far we're inside scenario one. Now we're back testing the breakout. Can we hold, push back up? If not, we trigger a failed breakout and then follow scenario 2 and 2.1, which again can take multiple hours. So I just look to then execute this in alignment with higher time frame structure and track my trades. I'm not looking. One of my goals this year was to trade only the first 2-3 hours and 1 to 2, maybe 3 trades, but really that's it. I noticed that my scenarios play out 80% of the time. The scenarios are completed within the first 3 hours. So then by that time, I got to ask myself, what am I trading if it's not the main things that I'm considering for today?
I really wish the market was open right about now.
Trader Paulo, yes, usually you want to trade stocks that have momentum, but also the stocks that usually have momentum are stocks that are in the leading sectors with relative strength. So think of it like this: if NQ is stronger than ES, I want to trade NQ, right? Because for the same risk, I'll make more. In swing trading, it's the same. If technology is leading the market higher, where you want to bet that I'm going to be trading NVIDIA, semiconductors, if we have some sort of change in, policy and we have more capital going towards infrastructure, well, what's going to be going up higher, right? Maybe Costco, maybe Home Depot, these suppliers, Caterpillar, et cetera. So you want to always focus on the leading sectors because they are leading the market higher, and no penny stocks. Yes, kid. I suggest paper trading. I don't know about you, X, but if you're
Always.
new, you have to understand the rules that you set up for your strategy. And if you're attached too much to the emotional, the mental outcome of the trade that you're looking on because you have capital at risk, then that's going to rob you from the opportunity of learning what you need to learn in the trades that you're looking to take, right? The structure before the trade. Maybe you miss something because you're focused too much on not losing this next third trade. It's just there's too much emotional attachment to real money when you're starting out that you want to focus on paper trading. There's nothing wrong with that. I would encourage that. Yeah, I trade pretty much. I mean, he trades a lot of, not a lot, but a consistent amount of illiquid stocks as well. Sizing is the best thing for overnight gaps. I mean, I think I shared on Tuesday that my biggest sort of gap down loss was Snapchat in 2020. It gapped down 20%. And luckily, I was in it for a super long time and I was up 200 and something percent. But still, if you just get in a trade and it gaps down, well, your sizing is a way to manage that. What if price is too far from my plan? Do I make a new plan? I would say 90% of the time it's not. I make sure I try and cover everything. In those rare examples where we do expand outside of my scenarios, because I'm also considering the environment, the daily structure, right? I'm putting all that together in my morning plan. And if we do step outside of that, then I'll make an adjustment midday and say, okay, this is what I'm looking at for the rest of the day. uh, Charts and code, then you don't have a rule that says you don't trade chop. You have rules to enter and exit, but maybe you need a rule to tell you to not trade those rules in chop because that's a lower probability environment.
If we hold VWAP maybe long from here, maybe. I'm in a very like look, just tell me what to do kind of mentality with the market right now. I don't have much of an opinion, and I'm doing my best to not have one, honestly, right now. I'm just noting where we are, like high time frame. Where are we? And I'm just waiting for their decisions. We're at VWAP, we're hovering around it. We've failed that swing high right here, so that's something to note.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going. I think ultimately they'll tell me. They'll tell me.
And see how the open goes here.
Tick
A little bit
compression
of
for
a
my Delta profile, I think it's like
divergence.
16 ticks right now, but it doesn't matter, guys. I don't have like a really crazy setting or anything. I literally just set it so that I can see the numbers depending on the range. So what I do is I always like to scrunch up the price scale to see the entire day's range. And because I do that, sometimes if the compression's too low, I can't see the numbers, so I just bump it up. Or if it's tighter range, compression's too big, I just bump it down. There's nothing else to it. So I would say just compress it in a way where you can see the information, and you should be good to go. What's my sizing again? It depends. I size based off of yeah, go birds. Based off of dollar risk. So it really depends where I'm getting in. What does my risk have to be? Sometimes I can only get in 2 lots, sometimes three, sometimes eight, sometimes this, sometimes that. Sometimes I want to scale in, but the market isn't giving me the prices that I'm more willing to participate in, and I only have one. You never really know. It's up to the market. Today, I do have to watch the sizing, so I am copying from cash also onto some other accounts. Um, so I'll have to be wary about drawdowns and such, more so than usually. I haven't traded prop in a long time, in months. Um, but
All
apparently
right.
there's a really good copier out. So maybe I'll get some. They're just evals right now. I haven't passed anything. I just got them, so we'll see. But I'm still trading my cash. It's just I have some copied on. And I don't know if they'll survive because they're very much different sized accounts. But I'm thinking just size less and manually exit them as you hit consistency marks or something like that. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
Of course,
Strong
everyone.
sell-off in NQ. Yes, holding better, but NQ failed the breakout here on the hourly in 4 hours. So now we're moving down into scenario two, which we do have support here at 630s. If we don't hold there, I mean, I can see us holding 630s and yes, holding here this 68 area and then seeing a little bit of a bounce.
ES is at VWAP, so could be. NQ, I do think, yeah, this is a spot that can hold too that I have marked. About 70-point range so far.
Yeah, it's still inside day in NQ.
I am more high time frame bullish.
All
Or
right, we
let's
can
just say I would
trigger
prefer longs.
a reversal here and yes, but I don't exactly want to take it with how weak NQ is. So I'm gonna wait. But usually this would be it right into support. I'm gonna be patient here a little bit.
I'm in 2 lots.
Nice.
I don't not too confident yet, so I'm gonna hold on to these and see if I need to get out or add some more. I'm going up to 3. I think I'm gonna stay at 3. Finger on the flatten button as usual. They need to get some progress here upside, or I'm just gonna get out. Still trying to buy it. I'm gonna get out for now. Oh, good thing I did. Big flush. So if they're gonna spend some time within this spot, this range right here, this gray area, I'm still willing to bid. I want better prices. Really is what it is. I want to see a hold, things like that. Can always be patient with these kinds of things because if it's going to reverse or move back, it's going to do so after it takes time to really digest the order flow. So no need to hurry. They just filled 50 lots up there. Back in, I'm in for 2. Couldn't get a third on. I'm going to take one off at VWAP. I'm going to put this one break even here. I do suspect that they'll come back. If they do, I want to get out at my entry because I don't think it stops there, and I can always get back in if they hold again. So right now I'm going to hold this one as is. Imbalances on that move up, so I do expect that they come back. See, yep, there it is. So that could also be VWAP rejection. I'm going to wait to see what the market thinks.
Also, first test of 710, this 710 area zone that I have from below. So we can reclaim that. That'll be good for you.
Yeah, it's a good continuation move for now. Took me out and ran, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes I'm glad I got out there. Yeah, but it looks like that zone, guys, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
Just
we
wish
took
it
out
played out
London's low in Q, hit 630, almost 630s and bounced. Yes, did not break 668. So now if we are to hold here, I want NQ to reclaim 710, 715s, create some acceptance, a wedge. And then I'll look for, now that I have confirmation that we if we do hold, right? If we can't hold, then I'll look for a long once we can form some structure up there. And I'll be looking for some consolidation in ES if it forms it. If not, I'll just be patient.
Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback. Do you think we'll get one?
See that hit.
All right, well, definitely should have gave that stop more room. I'd be almost 100 points in right now. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that, guys. Whatever. I thought, yeah. I don't know. I thought they'd do it a little slower. They usually do it a little slower, but sometimes they say,
Yeah.
"Hey, I see you, and fuck you." You know, it is what it is. What copy am I using? I'm not using the one that I've been hearing about yet. I'm just using a Replicanto. I've had it forever. I hope I don't screw it up today because it's been a while since I've did some copy trading, and I think I have it configured properly. I don't know. Those trades ended up okay on the copier. But yeah, there's another one I haven't tried.
Consecutive higher lows. Just looking at the overall hourly structure. So you can see here that we have the hourly set. Yeah, we had to pull back into 68. We created the first higher low, our higher low, and now we can see if we can consolidate above prior day high. If so, that'll be really good structure to then continue higher. So that's going to be my forward focus now. acceptance up here to see higher to these scenarios. For NQ, we had a very deep test pullback. We did not hold 710s in the beginning. We saw a move into 630s London low, and then we reclaimed it. So now when we reverse off support, next thing I want to look for is some acceptance, some consolidation to then set up the new push away higher. And that's going to be my focus here. But NQ is in a range here, this overnight action. So I do want to see some consolidation and acceptance that we can now hold above 720, 710s and set up a move higher, a directional move higher.
I think they freaking top ticked this freaking line again. I hate when the market does that. Never gives me a chance to do anything.
Yeah, I don't have an exact setup here at these lows. There was no second lower low. We had this low, lower high. And ideally, I want to look for another low with divergences, and then that sets up the reversal. There's none of that. Oh, I do see NQ did have, oh, no divergence. So now on this initial pullback that we're seeing in NQ, I want to see a higher low, then some acceptance, meaning consolidation to wedge up. And then from there, that can create the energy for the next direction to move higher if we are to go higher from here now that we reclaimed a zone. So that just takes time for me.
44s and a little under. I really missed that long right there. They were building and then they tapered right under it. Had my chance to pull the trigger. Got greedy, wanted lower.
Mr. G, the hourly that I just shared is I have an hourly just to create my plans, but I'm looking to trade the hourly structure with a 2-minute or 5-minute entry. So I'm following the hourly structure, and the way for me to participate is by getting an order in a lower time frame, so I can manage my risk better. And then, if I risk 5 and participate in an hourly trend where you can think that I'm looking to make 10, 15, 20, and that's just my overall approach. That was a solid bounce.
Trying to see if we go off of here. Being extra careful.
Yeah, I think we can be range bound here.
Yeah, they're starting to show a little bit of a struggle after going upside there. I'm playing it very tight.
You're in trade?
I'm scaling into a short slowly. Not too convincing yet, so I'm sitting here just with this 3 lots right here, ready to just get out if they get blown up.
Yeah, BC exploded.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of that.
Smart trader.
So right now I'm looking at the longs. I'm waiting to see if they don't get rewarded. I don't think I can go for longs because I do have this zone here. That's it's been pretty offer, so I'm gonna wait to see if I'm getting longs. It's above 800s, so I'll let the tape tell me what's up right now. Huge passive bids getting filled down here. Let's see if they can make a move. So I want to see them sustain where they're filling the passive bids on the sell side, which they are.
I think your
I had
short
my
can work
chance to add a
here.
third. I did not
Weak.
do so. Yeah, the market looks a lot weaker up here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
I'm
be
only in
range
two.
bound.
I gotta really make these count. So hopefully they can get back to VWAP here. Would have liked to take some size off already on that flush. I'm gonna add a third. The offer looks pretty strong right now. Yep, gave me a chance to add, so we're in 3 now. Want to get closer to VWAP before I take any size off. Not sure if they'll be able to do so at this point.
Very tight action here.
Yeah. I'm keeping a close eye on this.
I see ES as in a range here now that it's forming 68 to 90. So if we now that we're confirming a range, what I want to focus on is the move away from this. So either if you guys remember all my comments on ranges on ping pong action, whenever there's a change in character, we get a lower high or a higher low that holds, and then we get a possible breakout or down. So in this example, after this push higher, we have our high, a high low, it fails, and now we're seeing lower. Confirming the range for now. NQ in a super tiny range here.
Mm-hmm. So they just put an attempt to offer. I don't want to see them spend too much time trading these 50s because they're really selling this low or this downside. Cannot let them get locked out on the sell side for too long, or it is just going to rip right up. So keeping an eye on what goes on 750s and above. If they don't get a flush going, sellers will get flushed out. It's getting really, really aggressive down there.
And then I see NQ in a range from 710s to 768.
I'm trying to get one more flush on price and NQ before I take any size off, but I think I might end up regretting that. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this trade. I think I booked a $500 loss there. What could have been better. Still keeping an eye. Don't want to hold on to anything. That's the thing. I'm trying to get some better fills here this time. All right, we're in for 4. Much better position right now. We are moving. There you go.
There you
Taking 2
go.
off. Going down to 2. We're going to look for that zone back down there near prior day close. We're finally cooking, guys. They made me work for it for sure. Huge imbalance. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, I'm getting flat on that. I don't know what that is, but there's huge imbalances moving back up. So we're back pretty positive green. Dude, they made me work for it. Shh. Close the market. Stop the count.
Okay, so we're failing to hold 710, pushing back down. Now if we can hold down here and form some acceptance down here, then I'll look for a short for a trend lower. Pretty much what I'm looking is to capture a trend away from this area. And if we reclaim it and we form acceptance up here, then I'll look for a long. But so far for me, I see today being range bound so far. And for me, since I'm looking to capture bigger moves, I need to wait for better structure for my approach. And that's either acceptance at the highs of the range or acceptance at the lows for then to take a directional move away from this. And if we can't exactly, then we're just going to remain range bound. And for me, it's really not much for me to do then at that point.
Yeah, it's tough on a broader basis. It's just this zone and this line. It's just ping ponging, and
Yeah, that's all we're doing.
it's about what, 140 point range. But I mean, 7 o'clock will bring a little bit more. I'm not sure if it will change much, but I'm gonna wait for that at this point. They made me work for that shit, guys. I know. Yep. Yep. Thank you, chat. Nick might have a good suggestion there. Just close the market. Yeah, I never got invalidated on the idea, guys, but that's just how I do it. If anyone were in the same trade and they had the same stop, or they had a stop that invalidated, they wouldn't have taken any licks there, right? It would have just been a winning trade. One trade, winner, good to go. But for me, I don't like to hold risk. I just hate doing it. And I scratched out once, small stop twice, and I took losses doing that when it was actually a winning idea. Some days I'm glad for it. Some days, it works like it did today and it took some money from me first. But in the long run, my data shows that I have to manage that way. It's just, I have to do that. But you guys are seeing real-time execution. So hit the likes. Hit the likes. Can't win them
Yeah.
all. So they just re-offered when they tested that range again. But news is coming soon, so. There you go. Vest. Took a small loss in it, but made back 7 times the loss on the win. It's the way to do it, man.
Oh, we got those likes up. That's great, guys. We can get them up higher. There's 1,200 of you. We can get to 600. 600 and XY will put on a 10 lot trade. He said it.
No, I'm trying to copy trade these accounts too. I can't be doing that. Soon though, I will be trading somebody's live account. I think you guys probably all know what prop it is.
We'll be trading somebody's live account.
Yeah, it'll be me, Leo, Nick. Yeah, soon.
What do you mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm sure they know. Look at the chat. Chat already knows.
Everybody's
Use code
trading the same
XYZ,
account?
guys. I heard we can tell people our codes in chat now. Use XYZ. An old friend from PTT? Yeah, the guy that died. The guy we killed off.
Where you can trade other people's prop account? Is that what you're saying?
No, not other people's prop accounts. That is definitely against policy. No, just live funds. It's like if you make the live stage, you get
Oh, you can
allocated a
trade
cash account.
others?
What's up?
You can trade. I don't know this world. So you're saying you can trade others people's lives account?
No, it's a cash account from the prop firm. So, any trader that makes it through, say, 6 payouts, they get moved to a live
Oh, that's what we
program.
mean by
Yeah,
others
which is
account.
like you dump money into the brokerage and that's their account.
I get it. That's what you mean by others.
I'm trying to get used to doing copy trading again and to make sure I don't screw things up. The numbers are already like uneven right now.
All right, so the range
Whatever.
bound action continues here. Now we're pushing back up, and now I'll like to see if we can form some acceptance up here. You can trade other people's account money as a fund. as an advisor, as friends and family, there's those options. That's what I thought you meant, because
Oh, yeah. You can do that in like on real brokerage stuff if you do the POA properly, but
yeah,
not on sim funded.
I mean
Absolutely
that's where
not.
my
That's a ban.
experience comes from.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes.
5 minutes for, oh wow.
And a little news. Just
Yeah, it
want to
looks like
get
I'm
that
just
out
gonna
of the
wait here
way.
if we're gonna remain range bound. Yeah, that's how it usually works, Andres. You authorize somebody else to make transactions for you for a fee.
Smart trade Paulo. I don't really go by points or anything like that or percentage. I go by dollar risk. I like to keep it anywhere from like 12, 1300 to like 2000. Anything beyond that, I honestly think it's like such a good setup and I'm getting good prices for it. Um, but that's just my range. I cannot do that on prop though. There's not enough room for that. That's just my thing.
No, you can't do it on Ninja, Andres. I'm just talking, bigger firms.
Alex, I don't trade oil. I did in what, 2023 because everything was super slow. But no, these days between the indexes and even just gold, it's more than enough for me. I don't even look at silver. I know silver was like the hot thing for a while. I don't know, did everyone die from it? I stopped hearing about it much. Maybe everyone blew up trying to trade it. You guys trading silver still? Yeah, stream side. It's easier on cash for sure. It's definitely easier on cash accounts.
All right, we're wedging up here,
Silver's still very good.
getting tight here. We have how many minutes? 4 minutes. I'm just going to continue to wait here as this range develops and only look to participate on a possible move away from this. Not much for me to do. Yesterday was very choppy in ES as well. And Q too. Yeah, APLD was good. A lot of good names. A lot also, names that, how's SNDK doing? Oh, right back up. WTC, not back up.
Yeah, everyone's waiting for the report. Yep, me too. Well, is the court okay? So is the court ruling actually going to be at 10? Because I also kind of read like, they're thinking, they're considering, whatever, but blah blah blah, the decision, and it's going to be like around 10. Is it actually slated for a specific time, or
Well,
is it
that's what we
like,
don't know.
yeah,
Maybe they just aren't,
it's just based on vibes, huh? Whenever they
yeah.
feel like it.
They shared maybe that they're thinking about moving forward in the next week or the week after once they have more. I don't know, but maybe they do say it.
Says they announce at 10 if there will be ruling.
If there will be a ruling. So maybe we just stay range bound and it's like we get choppy action. Don't expect much from me if we do, because I'm not looking to trade this.
Yeah, I would hate a Friday locked in 140 point range.
I mean, we're at a very tricky spot in the markets.
Got about a minute left.
I'm more focused on a swing here out of this multi-month range. That will pay really well. And if we get back below
Clarence Thomas.
prior day low, what's that?
So I was like, Clarence Thomas is currently building the NQ short. You haven't taken any trades yet, right?
No, no. It's too range bound for me.
Yeah, they're just moving up and down the ranges. They're not really sequencing anything. They're just running into someone at the top and running into someone at the bottom.
Yeah, if you're a scalper, you're killing it here, bro. I imagine you're looking maybe like at the, I mean, I don't know how you find your
Just the
rules
edges.
on a
Yeah, any
scalping,
scalper is just looking
maybe
at
on
the
a tick
edges.
chart or like on a 15-second chart. All right, we have news. Oh, it's 10 o'clock here. Let's see what happens. Yes is breaking out of the wedge, but I'm not gonna trade this inside the range. I
Booga's
don't
a
know
tiny bit thin
what
still.
can
No
happen
way.
here. Should we have that up? Is it on YouTube? It's on CNBC. It should be on YouTube, no? As well.
I think it's always on YouTube. But everyone only cares about the main headliner, the biggest name of all, Mr. Jerome.
Can you guys hear that? If I put the YouTube on to listen?
Can't
All
hear it.
right.
No.
No?
You can be our squawk.
Maybe. Hopefully not.
Oh, they're gonna clip that, man.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, they're clipping it. That's how you know they're gonna clip it.
All right, so far nothing.
They're just trading the open over and over.
I don't do any mental prep. I just do my daily plan. You know, if we were in West Coast, like X, Y, and R, and well, we are in the West Coast. I mean, if we were in the East Coast, man, we'd have a whole morning
You'd have,
routine,
oh man,
everything.
it's legit dark outside when we get on, guys. Like
Yeah.
the sun's not even coming up yet.
Caleb. All right, so we're pushing out, attempting to push out. Uh, oh,
Nick, you've been flat. No opinion today on tariffs per CNBC. All right, well, hopefully everyone's heard that and they can start making some choices.
one decision was made, but I don't see what.
Market better start making some choices, up or down.
Yeah, we're just ping pong. I mean, not even ping ponging. We're just super tight. There's really nothing for me to do here. I don't think anybody, unless you're scalping, good luck.
Yeah, I think if I want to scalp this a range like this, it's got to be a bigger range to give better meat on the bone. I never expect myself to get the full range, even a trade idea. So it's gonna, I mean, I really hope it's not, but it looks like it could consolidate even further right now before doing anything. So
Yeah, we're wedging up here, but even with the possible break from this wedge, I'm not looking to take because this can just be a false break. I'd rather wait for some acceptance above or below. I mean, it can move away from this wedge contraction here, but uh, it can just be range bound, false breaks. All right, I'm closing off the live stream on there. All right, so you have a break here. See if we have follow through. If we do, I will only look to engage if we can hold below 68, meaning we break below, we confirm that we're not able to push back up. That'll create a wedge or a consolidation, and then look for a breakdown. If it breaks down here directly, then it will probably do so without me. But you're having the wedge break inside this range coming down, and ES is leading for once. No, it's been leading over the last week, actually.
They're really hammering the sell side right now. See if it works out for them.
Yeah, let's see if we can put in a lower high. And then if we do and reject from that lower high into the 2-minute 9 MA NES, and that can set up a short or a way for me to manage risk on that idea. If not, they'll probably have a breakdown here. Yeah, let's see here. Supreme Court doesn't issue Trump tariffs ruling Friday, so it won't be today then.
Well, I need them to pull this thing back. They need to chill out, just pull it back first. Never mind. Okay.
All right, so we are confirming the fell breakout on the hourly and 4-hour that I shared before. Now I need to wait for a bound, so a retracement to create a lower high and get this sort of structure for me to consider joining. If you took this breakdown here, see if it pays you, partial out, and see how the first bounce looks. If the first bounce gets rejected, then you can have legs. If it doesn't, then we probably bounce back up.
Yeah, I'm looking for 690s. 690s into 700s. I was super tempted to take that break because that someone mentioned in chat, reloading offers at open. Yeah, the offers were just hammering it in. It did not look like they were going to be able to hold it. But I anticipated a break and a pretty quick retest. I wanted to let that go by first, but they did not retest. They just kind of washed it, and the retest and the reoffer is coming in way lower, so it's locking me out of the short. And yeah, I'm watching it go by.
Look, if we are to go, it'll set up for us.
Now I'm looking for potential long scalp because we are so extended from the 9 with a lot of imbalances, so that'll meet my parameters. But these things you've got to be really patient with. So they have to do it in a specific way, or else just bounce without me and we'll look for a reoffer. Lots of buying coming in. We don't know if it'll work out for them yet.
You
I
know, we
want
do
to
have a
see
couple things
another
going for
sell
us.
attempt.
We do have an hourly and 4-hour confirmed filled breakout. So now we cannot reclaim 68.70 in ES or 7/10 in NQ in order to have follow through on that hourly and 4-hour breakdown. So if we are to continue on a higher time frame, then any potential bounce should be capped and we create a lower high against this breakdown. That'll give me the structure that I'm looking for, because you'll have your lower low, lower high, and then that can set up the contraction for a breakdown. Either way, at some point we'll get that, right? So there's no rush for me.
I'm gonna look to scale out on my longs 670, maybe. Let's see how they do here. I want to go back to the 690s with this. Only in two right now because they didn't go low enough for me to get more size in on this. So I didn't want to put on more, but we're getting that long scalp working. So they got to get through these 670s. It's where the volume concentrated before they washed it lower. And I want to see it move back towards those 690s. They're holding it higher on an offer for now. But you never know. Yeah, stopped just short of the overnight low. All right.
All right, I'm
Gonna
looking
take one
to
off.
engage great long.
Thanks. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get flat along, collect the money. We're looking pretty. We're looking pretty. It's my money
Wish I
and
had
I
more
need it
size,
now.
but
That's a
What
new
was
one.
that?
That's a new one.
what did it
It's
say?
my money and I need it now. Yeah, I JG Wentworth this long. Yep. It was intended to be a scalp back up towards those imbalances and towards the 9 again, 690s. Very imbalanced. I had a JG Wentworth this thing for sure.
All right, so we're getting our bounds to create the lower high here. We have our low, lower high for both the S and NQ. If we reject here and confirm the lower high, then I will be looking for, I'll have more structure here to help me get short. If not, then what this will do is move back up to the range.
Yeah, the Tracks NYC thing is so crazy. Oh man, there it is. All right.
Oh,
I am looking
that'll be
for a
funny
reoffer now.
if we get that soundbite.
I don't think they could even air that.
Where's my money?
It would just be beep, beep, beep.
All right, guys, we have our lower high here. This is what we'll know if we do continue lower or not. If not, we're going to reverse back up inside the range, which it looks now like we are. So no directional trade for me here. And we're confirming a failed breakdown. You have your low, bounce into the 9 MA, back test this range. We're reclaiming it now. So if we are going to remain in range, so we can say that price will want to move up to the top of the range. Let's see how a higher low looks now. That can maybe set up here. But if
Okay, well, looks like they really like the NQ right now. They want to buy all of it. Buying out the stock.
yeah, right back up.
What a long? Yeah, the long was great. Except I covered it like 60 points ago. So but yeah, no, I don't worry about that. That was the trade, that was the idea. Sometimes it, you know, stops there, sometimes it does. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. This thing can run up another 400. I don't care.
There'll be
I just
more
want to make some money.
opportunities on that 400-point move.
Are you long?
No, I don't have my
I'm
entry
still
rules
looking
here.
for a reoffer. I'm looking sell side or nothing right now. So I'm just gonna let them keep buying with both hands until they decide no more.
Choppy structure.
On this
I mean,
move
it's a
up,
little bit better now, but it's still range bound for me.
what do we think about this 15-minute candle that's about to close, guys? You guys think this is a hammer doji or entire day's range in one hammer candle? Early XYZ? Yeah, they got me up early today. Can't complain. If I'm green, I can't complain. If I'm red, I can't complain. I'm gonna start looking for some offers.
Yeah, we're coming into the top of the range in
Yep.
NQ of this recent range.
They're trying to sell right now, and we're gonna see if they actually get something. Because on the way up, they did try to sell not too long ago, and did not get what they wanted. So I'm still holding on to that info as what is currently the truth of the market. Shorts are just not getting what they want. So until that changes, what's my time now? 7:16 a.m. Could it be that ES goes within like 1 point from the overnight low and just goes all the way back and breaks the overnight high? That'd be something. Where do I live in LA? I don't know if
In
I should
LA,
give that out,
that's all you need to know.
There, there might be only one reason someone wants to know that specifically. I'm in the suburbs outside of LA, I'll tell you that much. I would not want to live in the craziness of LA or like Hollywood and stuff like that. That's too crazy.
He said he's in the suburbs of Compton.
All right, looks like we can try an offer if they're not going to leave without me. I'm going to get in one right now.
I'm
Let's
patient here,
see.
guys. This is just range bound action for me. And as an hourly trend trader, there's really not much for me to engage here since we're stuck in this range.
Don't really like where my position is on the trade, so I'm not going to add any more at these prices. I'm going to hold on to two here. And if it just can't sell below, I'm just going to scratch out.
All right, so once again, now that we reclaim 68 in ES, I'm looking to see if we hold, we create a higher low, and then maybe set up a move higher.
Getting out of that trade there.
Then NQ, now that we are above 710s, can we hold it this time, actually create a higher low, hold, form some acceptance, and then from there, if we do that, then I'll look for a long into 860s, 870s.
They're on top of quite a bit of selling right now, which could be really good for longs. But I'm still looking offer in this range.
Yeah, there's just nothing for me to do here. Unless I took the fell breakdown trade, but my rules weren't exactly met. I need a lower high into the 9MA in black, but we just shot right through it. So there's no entry here for me to, no trigger here for me to manage risk.
All right. Do not want to see them trade into the 60s anymore. I think this is where I'm gonna park myself right now. If they keep trading the 60s, I'm just gonna get out of the trade. 55, jumpy bid, I'm out. 62s. We've got an order at 55, 60 lots. I want to see it fill and see what they do. It's jumping up to 58 now, 758. I want to see what that does. And wait for them to fill it. Tape is still pretty strong too.
Yeah. See how this first pullback to create a higher low looks like. And if we can hold and then set up higher.
$60 lots again, 65s.
We're into the top of that recent resistance.
Still a lot of selling. Oh man, I think I missed my entry. Possible. POC's moved on NQ.
All right, it's holding.
All right, I'm stopped out on the short. I think I scratched that
Strong
thing out like
now.
3 times too.
This is what I want to
Big
see
back.
for continuation higher now. So if we are going to see higher to prior day high in 860s, 870s, which let me re-show my scenarios again here. So we've seen a lot of back and forth, but now that NQ reclaimed 7/10, we can see scenario 1 complete into prior day high 860s. ES can see 69.93. And then we reject or consolidate. So for my approach, again, it comes down to the 7/10s in NQ and 68 and ES. We reclaimed it. So now I have to look for higher. And with that in mind, I have to wait for sort of my setup to appear. So if we can, whenever we do get a pullback and we consolidate, if we can now hold this potential base breakout, this range, form some acceptance above it, have confirmation that sellers aren't driving it back down, then I can have a way to manage risk on the hourly long idea into scenario 1.2. But until then, this is, I need to wait. As you guys have seen, what's the outline of my box? It's just the range that we've been in NQ, where this 770s have sort of capped it and now we're breaking above it. So now it should act as support if we are to go higher, if we pull back, of course.
Yeah, I want to see us come back to 770s here. We've got that sweep of overnight high ES now. Good 0 print up there.
All right, this might be the potential first pullback. And then where I look to see if we create a higher low and hold.
New candle. Let's see if they go re-auction those imbalances here. If not, we got to get right out. But I do want to see them re-auction those down to the 770s. Still building quite a bit of volume up here.
Yeah, no pullback yet for a higher low. So I just have to continue to wait.
I'm hoping it's a tiny lower higher now. We've got 800, 797 now. 100 lots on the bid, and they don't want to mess with that. All right, so we've given back most of the profits now. I'm like barely green. But I still want that pullback into the 9, just like earlier. Want to see some exhaustion. That could have been it. Oh, no, they're going to leave.
Yeah, it looks like that might be it. So this is strong, guys. I want to look for a pullback to get long. I like this action. The hourly is now confirming higher. We broke out of a 15-minute range as well. So I'll be there on the first pullback.
Still pretty bid, it looks like. '21's just filled about 30 lots. All right, no, that's not gonna work. So we're a little red again. Hate to see it, chat. Close the market. We should have closed it earlier.
Yeah, this is good action. Just need a pullback now. Give it to us.
700 G's. Someone just put in 946 on a bid at 840. Where are we right now? Volume taper. Got me some double matcha.
Man, INTC so strong. No pullback yet, guys. What a move.
Yeah, I mean, we're well above 800, so it's not bad. It's not too bad. The hold at prior day high was pretty good, but
Yeah, I
it's
just
still
have
pretty
to
imbalanced on the
wait
way up.
here.
So I'm willing to take another stab. It's not just another offer zone for me.
All right, we reached scenario 1 up here. Now up here, we need to consolidate or any pullback hold to see scenario 1.2. We're above prior day high in NQ. Now, if we can hold up here, we can see higher.
There's 100
Acceptance
lots
up
at
here.
63.
100 lots what?
So there's 100 lots on the offer at 863. I want to see them fill it. IB is in. Scrunch up this price scale a little bit.
Okay, here's our pullback. Let's see, we can now get my setup here to join. You short this pullback?
Yeah, but I'm getting ready to scratch it out if it doesn't just run right now. I'm scratching it out. I will look to get better positioning on the short though. I want to play for a pullback. It's going to be my last like setup of the day. Pull back from this range.
Andres, it's the same approach as day trading for swing trading, trend following. DMS, do I not take my scenario trades? I do, but you know, if you were with us earlier, there was my rules weren't meant for a directional move here. So I have to wait. So even though the scenarios are right, if my rules to engage aren't met, then I am not engaging. Because if they're not met, usually, especially in this range, then I will skip it. Yeah, we can both think the opposite direction and still make money. We can even both lose money if we're the opposite direction. This is a beautiful fell breakdown here. Just my rules weren't met here. I need a lower high into the 9 MA, and we shot right through it. There was no rejection. So I had to wait. So now I wait for a pullback, which is fine. You know, I'm a slower
You've been
trader,
waiting for
guys.
that long.
Yeah. I'm a slower trader. You guys see XY killing it here in these scalps.
Was.
Overall. Oh yeah, last Friday was great, String. I mean, we caught that long at the same time, different approaches.
The
Thanks,
best trades are
Damons.
like they're always so clean that everyone's in on it, no matter what like strategy it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, if as I'm looking to be in hourly trends that are multi-hour, you know, I need my rules to set up here on the 2 or the 5 minute, and if they don't, then I can't participate in that. But because I'm also looking for hourly trends, I have no problem waiting for the pullback. You know, if I miss the long because there's nothing there for me to take, in the next 30 minutes we get a pullback and then we get the setup. Well, guess what? I'm still participating within that multi-hour trend structure that I want to be in. So I don't get any FOMO anymore. Because if it doesn't happen now, then I can get an opportunity later in the day. I think so too, John. But and that's something I do want to pick up and learn. But there's nothing wrong with me waiting here or not being on trade. Like, if you guys are making money, great. I just want to be in the right trade with the rules that baby brontosaurus pattern forming.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't give it out. Don't give it out.
Look at that,
All right,
no
no
pullback.
more for me today. I went from green to down about 1200. So we're gonna book, guys, you heard it here. We're gonna book a red day. It might offer without me, but hey, it goes that way. It goes that way.
Yeah, it happens, guys. Can we get our pullback now?
Unless this is the pullback.
Yes, CK. Yep. Andres, yes, this year I'm implementing a time window. I'm only looking to trade the first 2, 3 hours. Just because I realized that 80% of the time my scenario is complete within that time window. So then I'm asking myself, what am I trading if I didn't really set up the time to plan, 30 minutes? It takes me usually 30 minutes to plan out my day. Where then I have to wait for the rules to be met. But if you
And the
guys are,
short looks like it's cooking.
long, fantastic. Pay yourselves, please. None of your trades work till noon. All right, I think we can get a higher low pullback here. So I can look to see if I can engage, pull back into the 20 EMA here, this cloud.
Looking for what, the cloud? I have EMA's 801. We'll pull back green if they can offer this.
Another short here.
Yeah, I'm
I think
scaling
it'll
it to
work here. We're
short.
at some resistance here at a zone. We're stalling now.
Yeah, they've stalled quite a bit.
We do need a higher low pullback.
We've needed one for a while. They just wouldn't give it to us.
Be like that sometimes.
It looks good right now, though. So
Need to pull back to 810. Yeah, that's a good level. I will look there.
9 EMA's 800 right now. So there's some room on this. They're really trying to offer this, but I need to see them get some reward for it. Pull us back green.
Hey, buddy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, yes, yes. Good morning. All right. Getting that pullback.
All right. If we can get some target fills, we're green. We're green as it stands. Well, not anymore. Now it's hovering around it, but we'll see. Hit the likes. Hit the likes for the puppy. If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies. Mm-hmm.
All right. He
Mm-hmm.
just wanted his morning cuddles. All right. Let's get a good pullback here, guys. No,
We're
this is
trying.
not
We're
really a
trying.
pullback. Need a little bit lower here.
I got scales at 830s, 820s, 811.
I want it. I want it.
So there was this huge buyer in the 840s. I hope they can just clear this. So I'm a little wary about that. I'm not willing to take anything off in the 840s, even if it means I close green on the day. It's not what I'm here for. It's not the trade. But 840 has a huge, huge buyer on the move up. Gold on highs. Oh, yeah, gold is running out. Well, NQ's the star of the show right now, so.
Yeah, we need a little bit more on a pullback here. If you can give it to us, great.
There's 840. This is gonna tell us a lot. Is there still that same buy interest around the 840s?
I mean, if this fails and goes all the way back down again, oh, what a bummer.
For you.
Yeah, it just would be a no trade morning.
All right. Well, now we're pretty green again. So here we go,
Yeah,
chat.
Kevin.
I lied. Looking for more scales. There's another one. EMA is around 802. I'm front running that still, so it's okay.
I gotta go back to pets. No. It's time to lock in. All right, we're getting that pullback that I want here. I want a higher low into this 20 EMA cloud here, which would be possibly the 5 minute 9 EMA is too far. But
All right, we'll
from a
move it down
trend
to 2.
following perspective, I am looking to. We usually, when this 9 EMA trend ends, we pull back into the 2050 EMA cloud, and then we bounce to create a consolidation or a continuation higher. So now that we're getting that pullback, this 800, 810 area is a good area here to see if we can hold and put in a higher low.
All right, so looking to take another one off now. It's getting pretty close to EMA. I'm hoping for a cover at probably high 803, but if it starts stalling closer to it, I'm just gonna manually book this, and we're gonna go down to 1 lot runner in case this is a failed attempt up, because I do have this as a high time from zone, which is why
Yeah,
I was
it
willing
can
to try
be
to fill it.
here.
Fill it, nice. All right, so we are considerably green now, and I'm just gonna
Damn,
let
it
this.
feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, oh yeah. When I said I was gonna end red, I lied. Turns out I can make those choices.
All right, we want this higher low here. If we don't hold, then it'll, I mean, if you capture that move, fantastic. Call it a day.
Yeah, this is definitely so this is my 1 hour view, guys. It's just another zone. Taper outside if it stops. Thing is, there were all these imbalances that are being filled now. That was the goal. Move back to the 9. It's pretty extended, and if they're going to move back, they should be doing so within this offer spot that I marked. And they just, yeah, if I had waited for it, it would have turned out a lot better. So there's another tally, right? Be patient, and you won't take losses along the way like I did. Sometimes it'd be like that.
It's probably gonna, yes, looks like it's wants to move back into the prior range. NQ took out prior day high and right back down. No higher low here so far. So your short is you have runners on?
I have one runner, yeah. I think I'm gonna try to see if it can get to VWAP, but I'm gonna be looking around the 760s to see if I need to cover this thing.
Routing formation, yeah, definitely.
It's catching quite a bit right now at the break retest of my prior
Yeah,
area.
770s.
So we'll see. If they can crack through this buying, I think the sellers are really cooking because there is legit buying right here. If the market trades under that buying, to me, that's proof like, hey, things have changed. Sellers are in control, like for real now. And it will probably go to VWAP. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, look at that. No healthy higher low here, guys, for me. So
I'm gonna cover on that. So 85 points. I'll take it. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated by me.
it's a great day for mean reversion.
I know. That low that low that I traded for some losses on the way up instead was really nice. Thanks, chat. Wasn't easy.
Yeah, good comeback.
Well, actually, I did it to myself, honestly. Just it wasn't in my pre-planned zone. Trade outside of it, bad things can happen. That's exactly what happened. If I had waited, super clean.
All right, Enki's catching a bid here off this back test from 770s.
Car Carlos, thanks for the thanks for the emotes. Yeah. Explain the pivot. That's just an order flow study, order flow lab study. It's really good, as you can see. Go birds, yeah. What are the histograms on my right side? Volume profile and then delta profile. Can I share my script for order flow? I don't know. What's a script? In the gaming world, that's hacking.
Mm.
Birds getting fried. We can agree to disagree.
No, I'm not in yet. I need a bounce into the 2-minute 9 MA to make sure that we don't reject and continue lower, because now we have a low, we need a bounce to create a lower high, and if we don't reject to go lower and we create a higher low, then maybe that can set up to push higher. But so far ES is kind of confirming the range bound structure. I want to see if we are to continue higher, hold here, put in a sort of lower low, lower high, and then reclaim that lower high to get long. If not, this will be a lower high that rejects, and then we can push back down.
So why are you an Ash main? What is Ash? What game is that? I don't whatever game that is, I don't play it. And I never have. I'm not sure what that is. You talking about Pokemon? Yeah, back in the day. If you talking Ash Ketchum? Yeah, I'm done for production, so we can swap screens with an incoming guest.
Oh, who's joining us?
Surprise! It's Ollie. Am I using EMA or SMA? EMA. Why? Don't ask me. I have no idea. It just is what it is.
Any advice on avoiding FOMO? If your rules aren't met, there should be no FOMO. All right, so we're rejecting, guys. So, I can't remember who asked me if I was buying here. Like, I need away from my rules again. I have a nuclear checklist before entering. I just, my rules weren't met. I don't know how to explain it. It happens. Like one of my go-to setups is right here, but you can see that I need a lower low, lower high like this, lower low, lower high into the 9MA. Then we get a rejection and then the breakout. That rejection confirms the lower high where I can look to enter. We didn't have that here. We have a low. This candle should have been the lower high, but we reclaimed the 9MA and just went straight up. So I can't, I can't take that. There's no setup like that for me. So I missed along and it just happens. And usually what that means is that we are confirming the range bound structure. And if we are range bound, that means less trading for me because I'm looking to capture trends away from contraction. This is a 2-minute 2-minute time frame. Look, we're holding this back test here now. Now I want to see if we hold this lower low, lower high, don't reject lower, and then if not, see if I can engage on a long. And like even so, I can then take a loss after. So, but I have to wait, right? Like the only reason I'm able to swing trade is because I was able to grow an account from small to larger, then go into the swing trading space. And so I just have to follow my system, guys. As slow as it may be compared to scalping that you guys maybe do. I'll swing trade both. Majority of the time it's stocks, but I'll swing trade futures. So if I'm in a long and we have a daily expansion, then I'll hold for the next day or two and continue riding that expansion.
I think a lot of well, maybe not a lot of the chat, but some in the chat are heavily concerned with you missing potential trades. But I think in the longer you do this, the more you learn. It's very, very easy to make money. It is 5 times harder to keep the money. And what Chris does is exactly how you make sure you keep the money. Because bad trades work, good trades fail, it happens. But he sticks to a very distinct edge. And that's how an equity curve can go up and to the right. Yeah, like I said, making it is so easy. Keeping it, that's actually the real challenge.
Yeah, like it's when you trade your own money, it's not like you lose like an account and then you can buy another one for $100. Getting in a drawdown and then trying to get out of a drawdown.
Hmm.
Um, that's how you learn, how you can make it. So we have our lower high here, lower low, lower high. It looks like if we can't hold, we're going to reject. We need to reclaim that lower high. There might be an aggressive short here on this failure here, though, which from an aggressive standpoint, it interests me on this break here because we have our lower high. This would mean a break back below this range resistance because we're now trying to hold it as support. So if support breaks, does that push us back down and confirm the overall range that we're, now I think into the close we can stay in. And then see volume die down. But hopefully only after Leo's and Salma's session so we can have some action here. Yeah, SNDK, what a monster, Paulo. That's a leading name. Attempting that breakdown here now. Hourly in ES is a perfect doji. Absolutely nothing going on here. We just went back and forth in the last hour, and now it's flat. NQ's doing a better job. It's actually the hourly looks better.
Hey, hey.
Hello, hello.
The real traders are here. Good morning.
Where they at?
Yo.
Where they at?
Leo woke up this morning, chose violence.
They must be John Cena. Nobody can see them.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Burn.
Wow. Wow. New beef, new beef.
Chris,
You
it's
don't
been
know
so
me,
Tune
long.
in
son?
next week.
Hey,
We got new
Chris,
beef.
What?
it's been so long since I've talked to you, man. How are you doing?
I know. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man.
How's the
Good
family?
to see you. Good, good. Baby's sleeping in her crib now. Can you believe it?
Wow. Life is well over there?
Yeah, what about you?
It's good.
You getting lots of tacos and burritos out there, Cali?
Hell yeah. As
My
much
man.
eating as much steak and burritos as you are steak. I
Yeah.
am from that place where they have tacos.
Yeah, I think if I was stuck on an island, I would eat tacos. That would be my choice. If all I could eat was one thing.
Leo. All right. MFK. Do you know MFK, the game?
Mm-mm.
It's murder, F word, kill. All
Okay.
right. All right. So it's tacos, pizza,
Are we
burgers.
doing this?
Tacos, pizza, burgers.
Okay.
How about we'll make it simple? You have to eliminate one, just one. Tacos, pizza, burgers.
Okay.
Forever.
Burgers.
Burgers?
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Over
No.
pizza?
Yeah.
No.
You have to eliminate it, right?
Yeah, you have to eliminate it.
Yeah.
Yeesh. It's a hard one, honestly. The answers
I'd
will
kill
always vary.
tacos. Sorry, Chris.
Fuck no.
You?
You are outrageous. Get off of the stream,
No.
Salma.
Fight,
Dude,
fight,
burgers,
fight.
pizza? Are you kidding me?
All right, Chad, they can fight about that for the next hour.
Bro, for the next hour, that's all we're going to talk about.
No more monitors. No more none of that.
Burgers and pizza.
Oh, Leo, you missed it yesterday.
What
Me and
happened?
you, when we stream, it's always about monitors. Yesterday, chat wanted to guess XY's name, and they wanted to guess what car he drives. And literally for the whole entire hour, chat just kept dropping names and dropping cars.
Well, it's because they couldn't
Did they get the
name
name
the
right?
monitors. I said, look, chat, you guys are monitor people. Name all the monitors. And they just couldn't do it.
Did they get your name right?
He
I
wouldn't.
I
He
don't
wouldn't
even
tell
know,
him.
honestly.
No, wait.
There were a
Trying
lot
to guess
of
his name or his car?
Both.
Oh, both.
Well, they found out what car I drove. They found out it was a Ford Pinto. Geo Metro for the weekends. But
Dope.
the name is still up in the air. Yeah, there's Juntao. There.
Cooper, stop it.
You have the most American name ever of an Asian.
Dude, and I told them the story of the name without giving the name, which is like when I was way younger, I asked my parents, like, why'd you give me this name? Everyone has it. And every time someone calls it out, I'm like, huh?
It's
And they're
probably
like, oh,
John
I
or
don't know. We
something.
just came to America. We didn't know any English. We just saw it and we chose it. I don't know if they're lying.
What the fuck do you drive though?
Secret proprietary. Ford Pinto.
No, I need to know.
You need to know?
Yeah.
You can know, but I can't tell the chat. It's part of the fun right now.
Why?
It's just
Yep.
fun. It's something to talk about when the market's moving 3 points at a time, you know?
Let's see.
Dude, look, chat is still going about it.
Mm. Aren't you glad they're not talking about monitors, Salma? You're welcome.
Honestly, this is a much better discussion, so yes. At least with this, I can participate.
All right, guys. Time for me to
Ah,
get
I
out.
fucking do it. I fucking do it.
What?
He sent you a picture of it?
I just sent him the Ford Pinto with the rooftop chopped off. I don't know how he can guess that I have a Ford Pinto that I chopped the roof off of with a saw, but I guess Leo just knows everything.
His
What
name is
year?
Leo for a reason.
Subaru for sure. Oh, I ain't a Subaru. No.
Yeah, I took the long, guys. I'm long now. For those in chat, the setup that I was
Oh,
looking for.
he's in the long
Do
awaited
you want to
long.
know? Do you want to know the price that I'm long at?
Yeah.
645.
Lower.
Lower?
Well, we'd be able to see if you shared your screen.
Yeah, sure. Oh
Oh,
my. Everyone's fighting. I gotta get out of here.
it's
Chris, we
feisty
gotta get out of here.
Friday.
They're fighting. They're fighting. I don't want to get my hands dirty on a Friday.
Okay.
Oh, Chris isn't even sharing.
Deal.
Oh, yeah.
628. Look at
All
that.
right, let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
That's all I got left, though. There was
Oh,
more than one
wow.
lot.
Bottom ticker. I don't even know where mine was. I'm pretty sure it was in
I
the
mean,
30s.
I
30s or 40s.
see.
200 points?
I
More
see
like a
V
Ford.
range.
Sheesh.
I see overnight low tag at the V range. Give me some buyers and I'm in. You know.
No, that
I
was
was
the
long.
pullback. That was the pullback. Who asked that? Caleb, that was the pullback. I waited for my entry, I took it, and now we see we can push up to new highs.
You bought this like 74 area.
No. I the move away from 74. So I made at 802.
Yeah. That's a good entry. I mean, we bought the 5-minute OR mid
Sheesh.
and rode that up for a nice, I don't know how many, 81 to 54. So a nice 70 points. I got 2 entries on that, took profit. I got stopped out on this when we broke through the mid. And then I just got long, again at this overnight low test with the V range. Let's go.
Yeah, great long. All right, chat. I'm gonna hold this, see if we go make new highs. And you guys take care, all right? Enjoy the rest of your weekend, Leo, Salma. Hey, whenever we do that LA meetup, I'll take you guys to the best tacos over here.
I'm down.
I'm
Except
down.
Salma.
No, stop.
She says she wants pizza or burgers.
Oh man.
Taco hater.
Maybe
Listen,
at the
I had to make a
Chicago meetup.
choice. I had to
Taco
make a
hater.
choice.
And we have to make a choice. You had to make a choice. Chris is making
Wow.
a choice.
All right, deal.
Ooh.
Fine. Fine. I'll give you
Guys,
my own tacos.
I want you to all recognize something. I need you to glaze me a bit here. I put
Okay.
870, this orange line. I put this on and talked about it ad nauseum on December the 28th when we did our Sunday prep. Every once in a while, NinjaTrader allows me to come on Sundays and talk about, the week ahead. And I have not removed it. And look where we sold what high a day is basically 870. I mean,
You're
if
a
you guys
prophet.
can't figure out this level is important, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, they watched somebody sell it, all right.
I'm just kidding. Don't nobody glaze me, please.
Quick
All right,
chat,
guys.
start glazing.
Have a good weekend, all right?
Take care, Chris. Take care,
See you
XY.
See you,
guys.
Chris.
Have a good
Ciao.
weekend, chat.
Tacos and pizza.
Later.
Why is Leo yelling at me? I'm not yelling at you.
So why'd you mark that level?
You can go watch the replay on the 28th.
Ooh. Well, someone in chat was asking.
Yeah, they can watch it. Here,
Or
I'll tell you.
trade Paolo, you can just go watch
I'll
it.
tell you. I'll tell you. Here, look. Go look. Oh, to your left. You can go further. I don't have enough data on this chart, but look, wick. So I just picked this level. It's nothing is ever to the tick. It just happened that way this morning. But usually I would just draw like a little box here. But prior to
Yeah.
that, it was support. So it's just obvious it's a really important level. And what happened is we came on Sunday, the 28th, and we were right at it. And so basically I said like, hey, we're right at resistance, kind of what happens here will be important. We fell back into the balance area, sold off of it a few times. Basically, found support around the mid area of this balance range. And now we're hitting this 870s again. Just ignore yesterday when nothing happened there. But no, it's definitely an important level, even with this price spike above it.
I like those SR levels.
Yeah, they're great. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't want to have too many. You just want to pick like the ones that are obvious. It's, I don't want to say there's an art to it, but it's just, support, then resistance, like when it's repeated like that so many times, I just carry them forward. Just the relevant ones. That's all.
Yeah, I like it. Dude, I was long. I was long right before we got on stream at like 10:50-ish. Got faked out by this wick, exited, and now we just pushed 15 points higher.
Yeah.
Today is probably gonna be a slow day for me. I don't want to do anything dumb into the weekend. Ruin my day, ruin my weekend. I listened to PAX this morning. I don't know how many people in the chat tuned in to Capital Preservation Friday. But on a day like today on non-farm, and then, we had, obviously, we were waiting for the Supreme Court decision. This price action is telling me to just chill out.
Yeah, they said they weren't going to issue an opinion on the tariffs.
Yeah.
Today.
Which is funny because I don't think too many people were even anticipating that. People were thinking we'd get something.
Right. For those of that want to know XYZ's name and car, it's available for a price because I now know. I've always known his name. I've always known his name. I just didn't know his car.
You missed it yesterday. They were all telling him like, "Oh, start Discord, blah blah blah." Obviously he's against it. So someone in the chat goes, "I'll just start a Discord, name it XY's Real Discord, charge people for it." Dude, it's hilarious.
That's funny.
Chat was actually really entertaining yesterday.
Every once in a while, the chat does say something funny.
They went ham yesterday. I'll probably watch silver for a trade.
Hey,
Probably
Cool Wave,
should've.
that's a great cool down Dave. That's an amazing idea. You should execute that.
What is
Is
it?
your planning screen RTH only? My planning screen is full RTH and Globex. The week is already ruined. What is your social media? It's shoot. I'll paste it.
It's also in the description of the actual video.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's sick.
If you click on the description on the YouTube video and you just scroll down, they have every single trader who streams
there you go.
regularly.
Yeah, so it's the X handles are in the description.
How do I know this? And you don't.
Salma, I'm a simple guy.
Mr.
Details
Monopoly.
are things that do not concern me.
It's okay. You and every other guy. So
my wife tells me every day, so it's not a surprise.
Mr. Monopoly, I do not know how Pax calculates his pivots or rotations. That'd be a question for him.
Yep.
Damn. NQ just made new highs. Nice.
Hey, Chris, good job, buddy.
That was a great trade.
Nice
ES
trade.
still lagging behind.
That means all it can do is catch up.
Yep. Well, I mean, ES is approaching that 7,000 psych level.
I think I'm going to cover this trade at the at last week's high.
I mean, you held this long. You might as well keep holding. Let me not be a bad influence, actually.
What do you guys think?
I would hold it.
Salma says I'll hold it. I mean, that's kind of my target here. I don't where else. What else am I going to do?
Yeah, diamond hands. Even the Ninja team is telling you to hold
Wait, what?
in the chat. Luke, I wouldn't take anything just yet. I want to see if we hold this 9 EMA on the 5-minute on silver. We've been holding it basically since the open. But now we're starting to see some sellers. So I would just wait. Being very, very patient today.
I will allow you guys to influence me and hold this trade for beyond the prior week high. Against my
I
own
mean,
will.
Leo, you already held this long.
Why not hold it longer?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Probably you can cover around like 9:15-ish. Another 30 points or so. Damn. Silver just dropping here. Oh, I won't tell XY. Thank you.
Won't tell them what.
Just don't tell Leo. Nothing. Nothing.
The tape is saying there's a bunch of sellers hitting it right now. There's some aggressive selling into this high.
Where do you have your stop loss, or you just
It's
at break even?
like one tick above break even.
Really,
Here, I'll
dude?
move it. There.
Boy, if you don't move it all the way to like, let me see.
Salma, do you think I'm going to allow this trade to come all the way down here before cutting it?
I don't know.
You people in your stop losses, you're like, well, that's where he's going to let it go. I'm like, no, I would take myself out if we get to like back into, 24-hour VWAP. I'd probably cover it there. You don't know me, son.
That's the best
That's the
soundbite.
best. That's the best.
What's the context behind that? Or you don't remember?
David Goggins.
Oh.
But
Bro,
I
why
don't
do I
remember
not
when
know
I
all
said
these
that.
references?
You never heard of David Goggins?
No, I do know who he is. The guy who just runs nonstop.
I mean, if that's all you know about David Goggins, then we have a problem.
Well, yeah. He's like what everybody uses as the meme when, I don't know, you want to say like the market is like, oh, the sellers
are
are
worn
tired.
out.
And then, yeah, and then it'd be like the sellers. Yeah,
Have
I
you
don't
not
know what
read
he
his
does.
book?
No.
You have to read his book. In fact, I
Okay.
will send you his book so you read it.
All right, if you send it to me, I will read it.
Okay.
I promise.
Are you a veteran? No, I'm not a veteran. But I do appreciate all veterans who served our country.
For sure.
My grandpa was a veteran. World War II.
Dan just put you on blast.
What?
He said it won't arrive just like Kane's hat.
Kane,
Oh my God.
Kane did get the thing that I shipped to him. So promises were kept. I'll just do it right now. Watch this.
Chat, are you guys green or red on the day, or just
Do you have a Kindle?
didn't trade? No, I don't.
Okay, so paperback it is.
Yeah. I like a physical book. And I will add it to my collection. I don't know, you guys can't really see it on stream, but I will add it to my collection. And I can sit and collect dust. No, I'm joking. Joke. You guys are green. That's great. Very nice, Mr. Market.
You're gonna have to DM me your address.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. And I want a Order Flow Labs hat. Thanks.
I can't do that.
Appreciate it. Some people in the chat are just so weird. Today is actually a great day, Mr. Market, to trade evals, especially if you have like fundeds already. I don't think today's a day to really risk any fundeds unless you have some kind of cushion. Green on day. All right, cool. Man, dude, I don't think you really missed much. It was very trappy this morning. Silver, what do you want to do here? Yeah, 200 on the funded is great. You can just cruise to payout. Yeah, guys, honestly, I'm not sure if I'll take a trade. I don't see anything on ES. ES just made new highs. I already missed my chance to get long. Maybe if there's an opportunity for shorts, but I won't step in the way of this. Otherwise, it need to be a really good setup for shorts.
This is where I wanted to take profit, and you guys said no. So every tick below where I would have taken profit, you guys owe me. That's the deal.
I mean, this is a good place too on NQ because we just swept previous week high, and now it looks like sellers are starting to step in.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, maybe you should close, Leo.
chat said to hold it.
Let me see what ES looks like. Yeah, this will be a battle here, but question is, do we get all-time highs today? Because that was like my projection earlier in the week.
I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it looked really good on the daily. Here, I'll remove my indicators. But like all we were doing, we're just holding this trend line, making higher highs and higher lows. I don't see how we don't take out all-time highs. We're so close. Umar says, hold it. There is no top. There you go, Leo.
He can personally Venmo me any losses below 900.
Oh, but then you have Fiber Optic who says, don't be a schmuck for a buck. I kind of would have to agree with him.
I'm listening to the chat. Hey, check your DM, Salma.
Okay, one sec. Check my DM. Where'd you send it?
Discord.
Oh, hold on. He's really gonna send me that book, guys.
I mean, I gotta follow through on my word.
Nick said something for you in the chat, and I think he'd also tell you not to take a screenshot of that. Screenshot curse is real.
Don't tell futures trading. All right, now you have to buy the book.
Have to.
Yep.
Did you just send me a gift card?
Yeah, because like I don't have your address. How am I going to ship you a book when I don't have your address?
Well,
So
I
you
didn't
just-
get any email yet.
Well, you'll get one. Just use the gift card to buy the book.
Chat. How much is this gift card?
$50.
You're spending $50 on a book?
Well, the book is like $30. I don't know how much taxes are.
Guys, I'm not spending $50 on this book.
Yes, you are.
No, I'll just buy
Yes.
something else.
It's 30. What?
You-
What?
Are you kidding me? You sent
It's
me
a $30
$50?
book. You're just gonna take my $30. I was going to buy you a book,
Bro.
but instead of asking you to send me your
Yeah,
address,
I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee with that.
Oh
Are
my
you kidding?
God. I just got scammed live.
Dude.
That's so crazy.
That's so awesome. Wait, I'm still waiting for the email. Oh, you sent it. Guys, he actually sent $50.
Yes, I mean, would you call me a liar?
Bro.
I've sent $500 to Stowe one time on NinjaTrader Live in a Venmo transaction.
Okay.
Because I made a dumb bet with him and I lost.
Let's make a bet together. 500
What's
bucks.
the bet?
I don't know. I don't know, but if Stowe can win 500 bucks, I don't see how I can't. Bro, $50 for a book?
Okay. I'll bet you $500 the market does not take out the current day low.
Oh, come on. Bro, dude. I'm about to be up 550, not 530. I'm about to be up 550. That's freaking hilarious.
The audiobook is also good.
Okay,
so if you're
what
an
if
audiobook person?
What if I find this book online, PDF for free, and still use my 50 bucks elsewhere?
That's just not
That
the
works.
same because you have a book collection and you need a book to go up there called Can't Hurt Me.
Bro, John says send her another 50 for the audiobook.
Oh my goodness. You know what she's gonna do? She's gonna go to Starbucks or
Oh my
fucking
God.
DoorDash.
This is so awesome.
She'll be like, taking
Listen, I
pictures.
was not expecting this, so
She'll be like, oh, look at my DoorDash. I got sushi today.
you know what? I haven't had sushi in actually a couple days. That's a good idea.
A couple of days?
A couple days. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my God. This was not on my bingo card today.
I mean, you can't
you
expect. You don't even you can't predict what's going to happen on this stream. Anything can happen.
Fair.
You just have
Hey.
to show up and be here for the party.
How do I claim this gift card? Someone tell me ASAP.
You don't know
Before
how to
he,
use an
cancels
Amazon
it.
gift card?
I've never had anyone send me an Amazon gift card.
Bull.
Bro, guys, he writes in the description, buy this book. Can't hurt me. I'm not
That's
buying
the
it.
book. You're not buying. Holy shit. I'm legit getting scammed.
Wait. Actually, let me see how much this costs. Hold on.
If I went short at this weekly high, would your stop be above the swing high? Yeah.
Dude, it's a $20 book. Now I
I
feel
don't
bad.
know. I
I'll
just
Venmo
looked.
you. I'll Venmo you $30.
No, don't be
I feel
doing any
bad.
Venmoing of any kind.
Cooper, I didn't scam him. He just sent it. I'm not gonna say no to $50. That's so crazy. Oh my God, Leo.
Salma, that book probably changed my life
All right. Okay.
in a meaningful way.
Can't hurt me, master your mind, and defy the odds. That one?
Yeah.
Okay. It's $25.
Yeah. So you can order that and get a coffee.
Fine. I will do it right now. Someone said it's messed up for you to send me money and then tell me how to spend it. Yeah, I agree.
The alternative was to
Bro.
ask her to give me personal identifiable information, such as her physical address, which I'm just not that type of person. You know, like I'll ask XYZ because I've known him for 5 years what his address is. I'll ask him for his social security number if I need to, but I don't really know Salma beyond the last 4 weeks since we started streaming together. So I'm not
It's
about
been
to
more
ask
than
her.
that.
I'm not about to ask you for your address.
Hold on. I'm gonna show proof that I bought this.
I believe you. You don't
You
need to prove it.
guys. No, because
The
they
chat is
were.
gonna see. Here's the great thing. Whoever told me and is forcing me to hold this
Can
trade,
you
they're
guys see
going to
this?
pay me for every tick that we close below. Every tick we close below 900, I get paid in points. So
All right. I just ordered it.
first and foremost, you are a married. I am also a married man. Yes, that's true. It's a book. It ain't. It's nothing beyond a book. It's not that deep.
Oh, white noise. I can hold up the book on NinjaTrader Live. Yeah, why not? There's nothing else on that order. I'm using the $30 elsewhere.
Going on the bookshelf, never to be read. Man, that would
It's
be
just gonna
sad.
collect dust right behind me.
That would be sad.
Did you learn today is asking about XY's social? If you just click on the description of the video, every single trader that's on NinjaTrader, you can go find their Twitter there. I did. I'd ordered the hardcover, I think. No, I ordered paperback. That's fine. It's all the same. Anyway, thank you, Leo.
Hey, you're welcome. No, it's honestly it's a great book, and like anytime I get an opportunity to convince somebody to read it, I just especially with things that you've shared in the past, just like inspirational type of things, I think you might get a lot out of that.
I mean, I'll be honest, like when I was a little younger, a lot of what helped me during like my teenage years was like self-help books, those like motivational books that get you
Yeah.
off your ass and, get you in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Especially like as a lost teenager, right? Those were the best. So,
Yeah.
I'll definitely read it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I
And
gotta
then for
convince my
chat,
own daughter to read it.
everyone's asking what the name of the book is. It's called Can't Hurt Me. All right, what's ES doing? Oh, wow.
ES tag 700150. Was that a new all time?
No,
Okay.
No, it's not. Full gluten. You have no faith.
Leo, just give the affiliate link of the book in chat.
Yeah, honestly, you should get one.
I don't have anything like that. It's just a good book. Buyers are doing the thing again.
What thing?
Buying it. Let's see what's I'm gonna pull up. I think I'm gonna have to start pulling up ES charts when I get on streams now.
I don't think I want to touch the indices today. Although ES is trying to hold its 9 EMA.
Are you looking at anything in gold?
I'm eyeing silver. Just it's been just really choppy. There's nothing interesting going on yet. Although this 30-minute candle close is a little scary here at the highs. But yeah, nothing so far from me, guys.
JD Florida man, I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit on that one.
Wait, I just started to read that.
Yeah.
So
Here,
a
I'll
little.
summarize it for you in like a sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
Just take the L and then move on with your life.
I'm on page 50.
Yeah.
I haven't ever really read any like trading books. You know how like a lot of people when they first start out, they're like, "Oh, what book should I read? What video? What course?" And it's like, well, there's no real teacher better than experience and just spending time in front of the charts. So I was super stubborn and never read any of those books, but I just started that one, I think like the break of Christmas,
Mhm.
and I haven't really gotten back to it. But I'm doing that on like my phone. It's not like a physical copy or anything.
Yeah.
Silver's pushing here. This recovery on silver is so nice to see. Like yesterday, oh, let me do like the hourly actually. Yeah. We got up here, started to drop down. We made like a head and shoulders pattern. Head and shoulder pattern played out. We made new lows yesterday. I mean, yeah, new lows yesterday. Created support here, almost like a double bottom. And then we've just been trending back up. 30 minutes been holding this trend line super nicely. And then we finally reclaimed these fibs. And now I think, honestly, I think we just make new highs. This was a nice retracement, very, very much needed, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, we have a ways to go to make a new high.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see where else we'd pull back.
Well, not that far, I guess.
And if we do pull
7,006.
back, I don't think it'll be a really deep pullback, something like intraday. I only recommend one book, Anchored VWAP.
Anchored VWAPs are great. Use them religiously.
Damn, chat reads books. Those are all bookworms.
Chat is educated.
Dude, they're well versed in everything. Cars,
and,
monitors, books.
They know cars, monitors. They don't know XYZ's name, though.
They tried. Dude, I don't even know XY's name. Have you and XY met?
Not in real life, not yet.
Wait, you didn't go to the Ninja
I couldn't.
Florida?
I mean, I had
Oh,
a
okay.
I had a 3-month, 2-month-old at that point. My wife would have killed me.
I'm dead.
If anyone was wondering, I think I mentioned that my mom flew in, then realized then found out that night she had to have her what did she
Gallbladder?
gallbladder taken out. Surgery was good. She stayed overnight yesterday. She's coming home here in like the next 20 minutes.
Oh, beautiful. It'll
Yep.
be just in time for you to be done with stream.
Yep.
They leave this weekend, right?
They leave on Monday.
Okay. Chat wants to know, is she doing better?
Yeah, she's great. She's
Perfect.
fantastic.
That's awesome. I think I'll try, if we get a pullback to the 9 EMA on the 5-minute, try to go long on silver. Let's see. Actually, maybe I'll lower this a little bit more. Chat is also supportive.
Appreciate it, guys and girls. Anyone recommend something to learn the volume profile? So if you go on YouTube and search Order Flow Labs, you'll see a bunch of free videos. Really a pretty nice deep dive all on our YouTube channel. And then if you go to paintingthetape.net, special emphasis on the .net, there's a lot about it in my playbook and XYZ's playbook as well. Are you okay, Leo? Yes, I am good. Appreciate that, String B. American Muscle has been listening to Whitney Houston all morning. Just thought they wanted to share that. Good for you, American Muscle. With listening to Whitney Houston is not something that I would ever do. But more power to you.
Ever.
Like all morning, no. Like I could hear a song.
Yeah, all morning's a little crazy.
Did your mom rate your meow that you did on stream? She did not rate it. Don't lie to us. What would I lie about? The Whitney Houston thing? Okay. I'll admit it. I love Whitney Houston. Nothing makes me happier than listening to Whitney Houston while I'm trading the market open every day. Are you going to move your stop up? Do you want me to? Is it making you uncomfortable or very comfortable that my stop is basically break even?
Dude, Jim would have a heart attack if he saw this. It's literally practically break
That's
even.
probably Jim's alt.
Hey, Jim's alt,
Whoa.
can you make sure to like up the stream? Like it up.
I don't think we have enough likes for the level of entertainment that we're bringing here.
I found today's stream to be very fun.
Yeah, fun and entertaining and
Yeah.
educational.
Yeah. And a little bit of scamming.
I don't really appreciate the scamming part.
Bro, I wasn't expecting you to friggin' send me a gift card.
Okay. I'll move my stop to 724, 723. And you guys who are uncomfortable now are more comfortable. Actually, I'm gonna set it right under 24-hour VWAP.
You don't think silver is going to come back down for me?
Painting the tape. The podcast is definitely done. We just didn't have enough time to commit to getting, recordings done on a weekly, bi-weekly basis. So we definitely officially ended the podcast. The website with our playbooks will remain up, which is incredibly valuable. You can get a Stowe update by going to Stowe's Twitter. He's been chatting it up.
Yeah, I read his tweet this morning.
Yeah, he said something pretty funny, but I can't remember what it was.
Is it like when he posted his chart?
Was it? I don't know.
Am I
thought he
boring
said
you,
something
Leo?
funny. Huh?
Am I boring
No.
you? Okay, yesterday you had a valid excuse. Your mom went to the hospital, you had a long night. I let it go. What is today's excuse?
Life.
Life. All right, fair.
I
Thank you,
thought he
String
said
B.
something funny this morning, but he didn't. I love his background, the business deck with all the people, like the pit traders behind him. It's fantastic. It's so good.
Are you gonna continue trading after you get off stream?
Me? No.
I think I'm done too. I think I tried today prior to hopping on the stream. Didn't really see anything I liked. I'll probably go call it an early weekend.
What are you going to do this weekend?
Oh, I honestly have not a single plan.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
Just hanging out with the folks, Mom's gonna be back here finally.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna do some plate ribs on the smoker.
Nice.
I'm not sure if my mom will be able to eat those because you gotta lay low on the fattier side of food when you have that surgery. But my dad is itching to smoke some
Your
plate
dad's like,
ribs.
well, if she can't have it, I still can.
Yeah, for real.
I'm dead.
So then watching football and hanging out with the kids. We're not gonna get into anything too wild.
I mean,
I assume my mom's gonna, need to rest a bunch. So
yeah. Oh yeah. No, unfortunately, I don't have anything planned this weekend.
I appreciate you, Mr. Muscle.
String B's asking, are you flattening once you get off the stream? Or are you keeping that runner on? There's no high day.
Should I post about my plate rib smoking?
Yeah.
You guys want to see it on Twitter? Okay.
But post it after you eat it.
What?
No, like take the picture and then don't post until you're done with the meal. I don't know. I'm weird like that.
Okay. It's interesting. My Twitter doesn't really, the people that follow me on Twitter don't really like when I post IRL stuff. So like I posted, like briskets, ribs, and it's just like they just pretend like they could care less. So I don't really post much of that stuff anymore.
Well, I think the Ninja crew is interested.
Yeah, it sounds like it. When you smoke your turkey, is it usually frozen? No, you don't want to smoke a frozen turkey. That would be bad.
That's blasphemy. Dude.
you needed the brisket on top of a Lambo for Twitter. That's true. Yeah. If I had a Lambo and I posted like sick brisket, with like 6 smoke rings on it,
You'd probably get mad likes.
I would probably get a lot of engagement. Check your this what? Treasuries or thesaurus? What are you trying to say?
Thesaurus.
Because they've never had brisket. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know like what a good brisket actually tastes like. Your wife hates smoked meat, so you get it all to yourself. That's Narnia right there. It's the new way you freeze the turkey so it can't overcook. The solution to a good turkey is brining it for about 2 days before you cook it, and then injecting it with butter before you either put it in the oven or smoke it. It's really hard to have a dry turkey if you do those 2 things. I definitely know what the word blasphemy is. You guys are crazy.
Hey, Power System, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
The best stream. It is the best stream. I'm glad that you agree. Turkey brine, try buttermilk. Brine it in buttermilk. That's rich. Am I thinking about swing trading? No. The thing is like, we don't always get a lot of opportunities on stream to take some of these trades that end up playing out like over a long duration. And I just
Yeah.
happen to be in, on at the desk, kind of pretty active. And so this is just kind of a normal trade for me. So it's just like, I didn't want to flatten the trade because it's a pretty good position.
What was your original sizing on that?
I think it was like 15 or 16 micros.
Oh, wow.
I'm on micros because it's, the volatility has picked up
Right.
in the last day or two.
Yeah. Well, what time did you get in? Was it like before non-farm or
Before,
after?
no. This would have been on that flush of the OR
Oh, okay.
and to the overnight low. So like
I got you.
right where this V range level is, it's kind of one of my favorite kind of levels, and the overnight low being there, it's kind of I'll play that very frequently, especially when the buyers kind of showed up right at that moment. So I just jumped in.
Great entry.
No, thanks.
There it is. It's trying to go for a new high day again.
I mean, the chat might be right about holding this trade.
Dude, you can milk another 30 points or so on this.
I'm going to. Prior month high is that far out. 935. My TP will be up here, 935. We get up here and start to stall, I'll cover. If it just keeps running, I'm gonna let it cook.
Let him cook.
You said to hold it, I'm gonna hold it. Ninja said, let's get the likes up for Leah's entry being so good it's off the chart. Here, we can fix that. There you go.
Wow, ES is pushing here. I think ES will sweep 707. I mean, we're right here. Might as well.
I think, yeah, go ahead and take out the highs.
Yeah, I have, or it's 0675. We sweep that and then wait to see if sellers step in, push price back down. If it doesn't, I think we push for all-time highs. So close yet so far.
And Q has a lot of work to do to make new highs.
Yeah, how far are we?
A lot
Oh,
of
wow.
catching up. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
quite a ways. Let's see. How many points? We are 1.8% and 496 points away from a new all-time high.
Sheesh.
For NQ, that's, it can be done in a day, but might take two.
They were talking about this during the morning show, like during the 8 a.m. show.
Mm-hmm.
Craig was talking about how we're starting to get like Trump tweeting again. What do you think? How do you feel about that? As far as having him tweet and then the market reacting, and then we're having a crazy two-way tape.
I will pay Trump personally to tweet more.
Oh, to tweet more. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just the opportunities are so much better when the tape is really aggressive in both directions.
Yeah, but like that was like this morning. This morning was, obviously.
I love this morning's trade.
Wow. I personally hated it. I mean, I was expecting it, right? Because not only did we have the 8:30 data, but we were waiting for that decision.
10
It was,
yeah.
So like for like the first hour or so, it was pretty crazy. It's just so hard to like grasp the market and get a good read. I mean, you did great.
Yeah.
You entered basically at the bottom and you rode it all the way back up. But yeah, his tweets do cause volatility.
That's what I mean, the more volatile we get, the more active I become.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I prefer a market that moves. Like December's price action, I couldn't deal with that.
Yeah.
But also like this morning, it's just like it's a little too crazy for me.
Yeah.
I need like a happy medium. Trump about to get some Amazon gift cards. bro,
That's
I'm
hilarious.
dead. Oh my God. Chat, you guys are hilarious.
And just put on the description, please tweet more.
Please. Nah, even his hat would get lost in the mail. John, I've been starting to use something along the lines of still learning. So, like, even though it's in front of me, sometimes it's a little bit hard to, react and take advantage of it.
I want to thank you all, NinjaTrader staff and community, for helping me with my habit formation by hosting such continuous, educational, and fun programming. If
Happy to hear that.
If that doesn't get you to click the like button, I don't know what will.
I agree.
I think, Neil, I'm going to let that rumor play out. And then in March, you will all be completely wrong.
What's in March?
I said I was going to wear a hat on stream for an entire year.
Oh.
March is the end of that year.
Is XY partaking in this also or no?
I mean, he's already taken his hat off though. We all know he's bald.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the other day
we all know he's bald.
That's right. I mean, I don't think he's bald. I think he's just like buzz cut.
No, he's bald. He's definitely.
Oh, he's bald?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. XY last week, I think he showed up with sunglasses and no hat.
Did he really?
Or was
Sunglasses and
that?
no hat.
Yeah, I think so. Or was that in the highlight reel? I don't know.
I actually asked XY to keep his head on, so I have the best. So I
So
don't
I
have to look
don't
at the
have,
bad
yeah,
haircut. That's
that's
funny.
actually hilarious.
What's up,
Deli, what's
Crudele?
up? Yeah,
Where you been?
he's hiding.
You're in hiding. You hiding from the white van, bro? Yo yo.
Yo. Deli saying yo.
I was playing the new Caribbean. I figured I was playing the new Zoomer slang terms. There's this guy that breaks down the new Zoomer slang terms. Um, and it's just funny because like some of the stuff they're saying is just quite funny. That's so peak. What is it? Why are you being so performative?
Yo, Leo, it's so bad that even I feel out of the loop. Like now I'm
Right?
starting to feel old.
Yeah. And then there's that's a grown adult BTW. It's so funny. The new stuff.
Let's go, Jacob.
Took my first futures trade in August and was able to learn enough to make it into NinjaTrader Cup and even place high enough to win $100. That is awesome, Jacob.
Yeah, that's
Congrats. I think it's time. To close this trade out. I'm seeing just a little aggressive selling here in the 920s.
I told you you could get that. You could get that.
I think I'm gonna close it.
Dude, I told you 9:15. There you go. None of us owe Leo any money.
We're done.
You don't know me, son.
Yeah, apparently not.
Oh God. Wow, silver with the push. Oh my God. Everything is just on fire today. Banger
Thanks,
trade,
guys.
Leo.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much.
Don't forget though, he's still down $50 on the day.
I'm okay. I don't consider that being down. Giving somebody
I'm messing
a
with
great
you.
book.
No, I'll make it. I'll read the book. I got you. And it
Oh,
should be
the
here.
scam part. Yeah.
Yeah, the scam part. What other $50? Oh my God. I'll bring it on stream next time.
I'm gonna write a Twitter thread about how I got scammed into buying somebody a book that they didn't buy.
I wish. Did you learn today? I wish he sent to. I'm dead. All right.
She already bought makeup, probably.
No, I'm gonna spend those $25 very wisely.
Well,
put it all on red.
Put it all on. I think you should put it all on black.
I do evens.
Chat. This is the end of this mid-market session, as well as the end of the NinjaTrader live stream for Friday, January the 9th.
Let's go.
We appreciate you guys for not only hitting that like button, subscribing, sharing it with your friends, so that NinjaTrader can get more visibility to the trading community at large. So we appreciate you guys for jumping on with us. being entertaining. There wasn't really a lot to do.
Yeah.
So it's always fun that you guys are just as engaging as we are, and sometimes even more. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys
Uh,
make the stream very fun. Someone's asking though, real quick before we wrap it up. Someone's asking, when are you guys on next week? Leo, do you
I'm
know your
on
days?
Monday. I'm on Monday, trade the close. Wednesday morning with Kane, and then I think Thursday with you.
Yeah, Monday I'm on for Trade the Open with Tanya. Wednesday, Trade the Close with Jack and Joey. Thursday, I got a double session, do midday with you, Leo, and then closing it out with XY.
Nice.
So it'll be
So
jam-packed.
we'll see you guys. Make sure you come in to the Sunday show. It's the best week prep show on YouTube. So make sure you don't miss that. And we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, take care, chat. Be safe.
Bye.